Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Went to Get Milk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Naruto Uzumaki paced back and forth in his office overlooking the city of Konoha. A terrible headache was forming, and all he wanted was to be with Hinata. Irritated, he ran his hand through his blonde spikes and sighed. At 19 he was faced with tough decisions, a legacy and responsibility left to him by his father, Minato Namikaze. As much as he loved his dad, it was a huge role to fill. What about Hinata? How would she feel about all this? Naruto knew how he felt. He had always wanted a leadership role, believing it was his destiny. But now, the reality was catching up with him. Was he ready? Was he the right person for the job? Would he mess it up? Naruto, stop pacing. You're going to wear a hole in the building if you keep that up, his godfather, Jiraiya, called from the couch. Haha, Jiraiya, Naruto replied, resuming his pacing and thinking about Hinata. Jiraiya had just briefed him on the dangers and expectations of being a lord. Having a side affair was not included in the discussion. Naruto sighed again, unsure if he truly loved Hinata. There were moments when he felt she was the one, but other times he doubted his worthiness to love her. Do you think I would make a good husband, Jiraiya? Naruto asked, stopping to look at his godfather. Jiraiya, snacking and reading one of his books, looked up with a frown. Stop reading that in my house. It's morally questionable, you know. Naruto wrinkled his nose at the book's contents. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, amused. He was proud of how far Naruto had come since his early days of being bullied. I may have written the books, but this isn't my copy. I picked it up from your table. But hasn't the Huyga girl been visiting your apartment for a while now? Jiraiya smirked as Naruto turned beet red and struggled to respond. That's irrelevant, you know. Naruto eventually exclaimed. Right? Jiraiya replied, taking a sip of lemon water. You tell yourself that. By the way, what's your favorite position? You're impossible. If you're not going to be helpful, just go. Naruto pointed toward the exit, his blush deepening. All right, calm down, Jiraiya said, settling back down. If you want my advice, ask now. But I won't give you all the happily ever after junk the books talk about. I'll give you cold, hard facts that will hurt but will be part of your life from now on. Jiraiya's serious tone indicated the gravity of the conversation. Naruto's expression fell. He knew it was bad news. Taking a deep breath, he sat down next to his godfather. What should I do about Hinata? I think I love her. But what if I don't? What if it's just harder on both of us? What can I do? Jiraiya softened and patted Naruto on the shoulder. You should let her go. Tell her to live her life without you. It will hurt and you'll always wonder, what if? But this is the only solution I can give you until you're ready to commit. Naruto felt his heart break. It wasn't even him being rejected, he was the one calling it off. He slumped forward, hiding his face in his hands to conceal his tears. I'm sorry, Naruto. But you know what happened to your mother and father. It's safer this way. Hinata woke up feeling sore but happy. She loved being with Naruto. He was always sweet, kind, and funny, making her heart race with joy whenever he was around. Kicking the blankets away, she strolled to the bathroom to freshen up. In the mirror, her face was flushed, and her lips were swollen. Her hair looked shinier, and she felt more comfortable in her body, the body Naruto had kissed every inch of. Blushing, she splashed some water on her face and tied her hair back before grabbing Naruto's toothbrush, which he insisted she use instead of bringing her own. After brushing her teeth, she attempted to comb her hair but gave up when she encountered a tangle. She headed into Naruto's bedroom to find her clothes. It took her a good 10 minutes to locate everything, with her BR being the hardest to find, dangling from the clock. With her clothing assembled, she made her way to the kitchen to prepare pancakes for both of them. She treads carefully, still shy in his extravagant house. She should be used to luxury, being a Huyga after all, but being here feels different. Naruto is arguing with a man when she walks in. Now she's glad she chose to wear her own clothes. Good morning. She bows to each man. They look surprised at her entrance and slightly guilty. Well, Naruto does. The other man looks at her with sympathy. Hi, Hinata. Naruto gulps and wipes a bead of sweat from his forehead. Good afternoon, Ms. Hinata, the second man greets. Hinata blushes slightly and gives him an embarrassed smile, but quickly her smile fades. There's something unsettling in the air. Is everything okay? She asks worriedly. Naruto hasn't come near her yet, which is odd for him. No matter who was in company, he always came and gave her a morning or now afternoon kiss. Naruto sighs and looks at the man. The man nods and waves goodbye to Hinata and Naruto. Be gentle, he whispers to Naruto, and Hinata picks up on the exchange. When the man finally leaves, Naruto stands and walks to her. She doesn't reach out for him, and he doesn't reach out for her. The feeling of wrongness intensifies. Naruto really doesn't want to do this. His heart aches, his head hurts, and guilt presses down on him. Angrily, he steels himself. It's what needs to be done. What's going on, Naruto? Hinata breaks their silent stare, and it only deepens Naruto's pain. He closes his eyes, trying to gather his resolve. I don't want you here, Hinata. I want you to leave. His voice feels strange, as if someone else is controlling him. What? Her face falls, and she looks shattered at his emotionless words. Did you really think we would work? You are just a weak, stuttering girl with nothing outstanding about you. No special talent. No distinct beauty. Nothing. I want you gone and never to cross my sight again. Everything in that sentence is a complete lie. Do you understand, or do I need to spell it out? He sneers when she doesn't move. I hate you. Her face crumples as he stares down at her, emotionless and uncaring. Why is he doing this to me? Thinks. Why is he doing this to us? But he's already given his reasoning. He doesn't care. She was just another body to use, claim, and throw away. Hinata stands up straighter and wrings her hands to give herself more confidence. She will not succumb to tears in front of this man. The man she thought she loved. Never again, she swears to herself. I understand. Thank you for the time we had. Goodbye, Naruto. She may be furious and heartbroken, but she isn't spiteful or foolish. She turns her back to him and walks to the exit pods, locking every memory of them away. Something she will never regret but always loathe. Hoping to maintain any shred of dignity she might have, she doesn't look back at the man she once thought she could have a future with. Goodbye, Naruto-kun. With that last thought, she seals the exit pod doors and inputs her address. She doesn't cry the whole way back. Once she lands at the Huyga estate, she storms inside and heads straight for her bedroom. Niji and Hanabi almost stop her to question why she is so upset, but the moment they see her expression, they back off. In her room, she plunks down on her mattress with a sharp exhale and closes her eyes. She wiggles, trying to get comfortable, but everything reminds her of Naruto. Keeping her eyes closed, she removes her shoes and strips off her clothing before marching into her bathroom and seating herself in the bath. The automated controls start up and send down heaps of hot water for her to relax in. When the water is up to her neck, bubbles are pumped in along with a refreshing scent. The lights dim, and Hinata can finally face her reality. With a deep breath, she dips her head below the water. Naruto sits in a mess of shattered glass. The bottle in his hand is nearly empty, and the music he put on in the background is starting to annoy him. She took it so well. He hates that he let her go like that. He knows she will never reach out for him. Maybe even hate him. Anything to keep her safe. But the way she thanked him, that set him over the edge. She was so kind, just as he should have known she'd be. He stills his whole body and pictures her face again and again, torturing himself. Without a word, he pitches the bottle at the window, but the glass stops it from going through and hitting pedestrians below. The bottle reflects and smashes near his feet. Sullenly, he glares at the shards before picking himself up and sending down a microbot to clean the mess. All things considered, I think you're taking this pretty well, Naruto's godmother, Tsunade, comments. He closes his eyes, wishing he was dreaming, before opening them again to check if she's still there. Damn. No luck, he mutters. Tsunade pushes off the wall and brings him in for a surprising hug. I'm sorry, Naruto, He freezes in surprise before returning her hug. Tsunade pulls away and smiles at her godson before raising her voice. Pull yourself together. You have a bright future ahead of you, and you chose her safety over your selfish desires, so pick yourself up and stop crying. I didn't raise you like this, and I'm sure Kushina didn't either. Quit moping and get back to reality. There will be other girls, other loves, more heartbreak, and more chances. But not if you don't move on. So heed my words, boy, don't focus on your hurt, focus on your district's hurt and try to improve it. You'll feel much better. Naruto gives her a grim smile. Yes, Granny Tsunade. She thwacks his arm lightly. I'm not old and I'm your godmother, not your granny, so stop with the sass. She walks further into the apartment, clucking at something every few feet. Did you have to throw the beer? Hinata's POV. The bubbles drift slowly to the top of the bath as I lie and count them. This is my third time holding my breath, sinking to the bottom and counting the bubbles rising. It's therapeutic in a way and gives me an excuse for why I was crying. Sure, the processors recognized I was lying under the water and stopped pumping bubbles, but so what? If I want the excuse, I'll use it. Above me, I hear a chiming sound go off. I sit up and pull the last remaining bubbles over myself for privacy. There are only two people who would be breaking into my bath right now, my sister and my cousin. The lock is overridden, and my sister's head pops around the door. Her hands are covering her eyes, and she has a big smirk on her face. Are you decent, big sis? She asks. No, I reply grumpily. Okay, well I gave you your chance, so SCK it up. She moves her hand from her eyes and sachets in like she owns the place. She plops down on the stall next to the tub and looks at me worriedly. What's wrong, big sis? A parasite just walked into my bathroom while I'm in the middle of sulking. I dab some suds on her face and splash some water on her in the process. Well, that just calls for revenge, she announces. She turns away from the tub and goes to the controller in the wall. Hanabi, just give me 10 more minutes, I protest. No. You've been in there long enough, so too bad. She expertly hacks into my automated controls and giggles at the setting I have in play. While that would normally set me off into a flustered mess, I just can't find it in me to care. Hanabi switches the water process on, and the now lukewarm water starts to drain and filter into different features. Hanabi throws a towel at me when all the water is gone, and it lands on my head. I groan and bury myself further into the softness of it. Come now, big sis, Niji's waiting for us in your room, and he said that if you don't come out in 10 minutes, he'll personally walk in here and drag you out. Hanabi informs me. Fine. I'm coming. I love Niji. I really do. But there are just some lines I won't cross. I step out of the tub and wrap the towel around me before lying on the heating beds. I throw the towel off as I dry quickly. I wrap the towel around me once more, and Hanabi produces my comfiest pajamas. Thanks. No problem. In record time, I put my pajamas on, dry my hair, and wipe my eyes before finally facing my cousin. He sits on my bed casually flipping through some of the books I have. I put my hand on my hip and raise an eyebrow at him skeptically. Comfy. Very much, thank you. I roll my eyes at his nonchalant attitude and flop next to him. Hanabi sits on the roller chair with her chin resting on the back as she eagerly awaits the story. Don't you have homework or something, Hana? I ask, trying to steer her away from this rather embarrassing story. Nope. I finished while you were taking your bath, she replies breezily. I groan and clench my eyes shut. Cheer up, sis. If the guy you've been seeing has hurt you, then Niji will take care of it. Hanabi smiles cheerily, and I bury my face into a pillow. Were you seeing someone? Her voice drops an octave, and I feel my face heat up. Yes. I whisper. OMG, you gotta tell me everything. Was he cute? How old is he? Is he tall? Does he have a good smile? She gets cut off as I throw my pillow at her, hitting her straight in the face. Keep your voice down, Hanabi. I scold. What if father hears? I might as well just dig my own grave. So. Niji looks at me quizzically, but I can see him simmering under the surface. Well, we've been dating for a couple of months, I begin hesitantly. Niji looks ready to blow, and Hanabi has a huge grin on her face. This is already not going well. Today he broke up with me. That's all there is to it. I shrug nonchalantly. Hinata. Don't start, Niji. I'm sad enough. I don't need your input, and no, you can't go confront him. He's a good man, and I just wasn't the one for him. I brush away some tears that spill over and am engulfed in a hug. I pat Niji and Hanabi's backs awkwardly but feel much better for the contact. Why can't I confront him? Niji whispers. Because I said so, okay? I've never known Niji to go to such extremes. I can't decide whether I find it endearing or not. Let's go shopping. Hanabi suggests. Fine, I sigh. Niji screws up his nose and sticks his tongue out. No way am I going, he declares. Hanabi glares at him. You will get in the exit pod or I will personally hand you a serious talking to, she threatens. Okay then. He rolls his eyes dramatically at her but smiles nonetheless. Hold up. I put my hands between them and flutter them in the air. Is it socially acceptable to go out in Hello Kitty PJs? I ask seriously. Niji and Hanabi burst into laughter. I thwack both their arms. I'm being serious. In the end, I leave in the Hello Kitty PJs shorts but change my top into an eye-catching lilac dress with the Huyga crest. I have a casual white hoodie on and wear some perfume to cover up any lingering sadness. Hanabi keeps looking back and grinning at her handiwork. My hair is styled into a cascading water style held up with fashionable graviton clips. My shoes are casual black boots with a small heel, and I have jewelry adorning my limbs, making me feel like a Christmas tree. It's just 6 bangles, 2 rings, a necklace, and some earrings, but still. My lips are lightly coated with pinky red lip gloss, and my eyes are lined with eyeliner and mascara. My cheeks are dusted with blush, and I have purple eyeshadow on. I keep catching men staring at me, and I suspect that was part of Hanabi's plan. My little sister has her glossy brown hair in 2 braids, wearing a dark blue CRP top and skinny jeans, along with a brown leather belt and heels. I don't know how that combo works, but it does. Niji is more practical than both of us, dressed in a black jacket, white singlet, jeans, and his usual navy trainers. His hair is tied back in a ponytail, and he has a bored expression on his face. Out of the corner of my eye, I spot a pharmacy. A strange feeling compels me to break off from the group and head straight towards it. I don't know what I'm looking for yet, but I have to go in. Inside, a few customers are milling about. 6 mostly elderly people line up to collect prescription drugs. A couple of men are looking at bandages and pain relief tablets, while 2 teenage girls are browsing the beauty section. I breeze past the girls and head straight towards a PRDNSUI test, pulling up my hood at the same time. I really don't want to be seen buying one, but it's just precautionary. I haven't even had any signs. Well, my PRD is late, and I've been feeling a bit off, but that could be nothing. Why do I feel the need to buy it? Peace of mind. That's it. My hand grasps the test tightly, and I quickly pay and leave. I shove it in my bag and head towards the nearest arcade center, where Niji said we should meet if we get lost. I suspect he just wants to play racing games. He's always been a sucker for them. Thank you, Hanabi. That was fun, I say as we return home. I really enjoyed myself, and I'm glad she forced me out. She grins at me in a told you so. No problem, big sister. She hugs my waist before racing off to her room to sort through her haul of 7 bags. Niji and I have 3 bags combined, nothing compared to my shopping queen of a younger sister. Niji rubs his head, embarrassed, when he catches me reminiscing about his failed driving at the arcade. Don't worry, I'll keep my mouth shut, I promise him. He smiles gratefully before scurrying to his room. I smile and head to mine, dumping all the contents onto the bed. Please play Don't Blame Me by Taylor Swift. No matter how old the song is, I'll always love it. The song plays in the background as I bob my head, shedding the dress, jacket, and boots in favor of my Hello Kitty shirt, bunny slippers, and a pink fluffy jumper. I sort out my clothing purchases and the gifts I bought for Hanabi and Niji. At last, I'm left with the PRDNCY test. It sits there innocently enough, but I'm freaking out. It's nothing, just peace of mind, right? I blow out a deep breath. I need to relax. Sure, I'm late, but it could be nothing, right? Ugh. I face plant on my bed and wrap the blanket around myself. Just get it over with, Hinata. It's probably nothing. And if it is something, well, I have my family. I have Niji and Hanabi. I console myself. I push myself up and grab the test. I unbox it with shaky fingers, my breathing quickening. Everything is fine, Hinata. Peace of mind. I lift the needle and insert it into my wrist before tapping it. There are a lot of instructions on this thing. I've heard that in the 21st century, all they had to do was pee on a stick. Much simpler. I plug the other end into the BLD diluter and wait for enough to go in before removing the needle and putting a band-aid on the insertion site. While I wait for the result, I grab my phone and delete every photo of Naruto that I have. Much to my chagrin, it takes over an hour to delete every one of them and then another half an hour to press the final delete. After that, I toss the phone on my bed and check the test. It's positive. Hinata. My office. My father orders into the intercom. I blink lazily and proceed in a daze. What could he possibly want? Niji gives me a brief look of worry, but I smile reassuringly at him before leaving. I knock lightly on the door and hear my father's stern, "Enter." Even with all the technological advancements we have, he still insists on traditional ways. "Father, you wanted to see me," I say when I walk in. The great Hayashi Hyuga, a respected businessman and a difficult father, sits regally on his swivel chair and stares coldly at me. In front of him is my test. "Father, enough, Hinata." He cuts me off, and suddenly I'm the frightened 8-year-old in front of him again. "You're 16. You're foolish. You are not worthy of being a Hyuga. You have 10 minutes to pack anything you have and vacate the premises." My eyes burn. "Father, please." "No, Hinata. From this day forward, you aren't my daughter. You are a disgrace, and that child you carry is an insult to the entire Hyuga family." He spits each word like bullets. "Please, and if you ever talk or attempt contact with your sister or cousin, they will be out on the street with you. Do you understand?" I nod my head meekly. "Good, now get out." He orders. I dip my head and shut the door softly behind me. The tears don't fall until I've taken an exit pod all the way out. I place a hand on my stomach. "Don't you worry, baby. I'll protect you." And I really hope I can. The cafe is busier today, and I have been rushing about taking and giving orders while holding my baby boy, Boruto. He's already 3 months old. Time sure flies. He hasn't let me go all morning, insistently sticking to my side as I cradle him. I step into the back quickly after checking with Shizu, my right hand, that she can handle all the orders. "Hey, baby boy, do you want to have a little sleep?" I sway us side to side, hoping to make him sleep. He grumbles and tightens his hold. "So that's a no. Remember to use your big boy words." He complains. I giggle at his little noises. "I get it, you're not sleepy." "Ma." He snuggles his head into the crook of my neck. "You're so stubborn, Boruto." I slide his golden curls and kiss his forehead. "All right, time to serve more customers. Do you think you can give them a winning smile?" He makes a little humph noise and stares tiredly at me. It's hard to take his wide blue eyes seriously, and his blue dummy covers most of his chubby cheeks and the whisker birthmarks he inherited from his father. The pink bunny onesie I dressed him in this morning certainly doesn't give him fear points. I pull up the hood with dangly ears to cover his ears and encourage him to sleep. God knows he needs it. I get back out and greet many of the usuals, handing out a few free pieces of cake to some of the children I know are always kind. My customers often greet me and Boruto by name. Somewhere in the shop when I went into LBR. "Oh my goodness, is that Hinata Huyga?" Someone calls out. Over this past year, I've learned to deal with the backlash of being a fallen Hyuga. The words just roll off at this point. "Oh my god, I think you're right. Isn't she like disgraced or something? If I were her, I would have just moved on and lived a life of luxury. I've heard her baby is ugly too, but I guess that's what you get when you..." "Excuse me, ladies, what can I get you?" I force a bright smile on my face and greet them. Cheerily. They side-eye each other and start giggling. Well, for starters, can we not have a disgrace and her mistake serve us? We don't want any impurity near us. My smile increases a fraction. Hey you two, if you're just going to sit there and judge the owner of the cafe, then you can pay double and get out. Shizu marches over and confronts the two girls. Shizu, it's okay. I place a hand on her shoulder to quell her anger. No, it isn't, Hinata. One of my regulars, Tauri, puts her hands on her hips and looks at me. As for you two, let's see you create a shop as good as Hinata while she was P-Argin in tea and then raise a child in it, all while bearing insults like yours. The two girls fall silent but don't look remorseful. Guys, it's okay. Hinata, if you finish that sentence, I will personally whack you with a ladle. Sadly, that is a very real possibility as there is indeed a ladle in Shizu's apron pocket. Very well then. No beatdowns in my shop. Take it outside. Remember, there are children here. As the first baby-serving cafe, it's really made the community thrive. Shizu rolls her eyes. How about this? Hinata can assign you any task, and if you do it properly, timely, and courteously, then you may be allowed back in. I glance back and forth between my friends, customers, and the two gossiping girls. Ma-ba. Boruto coos in the silence. He lifts his head and glances between each of us, landing his gaze on the two girls last. Their jaws drop as they ogle at my baby, and I can't help but giggle. The rest of my colleagues chuckle behind us. Ladies, this is my son Boruto. Boruto, these two are judging us and calling you a mistake. What should we do? I ask him seriously. He turns his head to mine, takes his dummy out, and reveals a big frown. Gah. He pouts. Gah. I nod seriously. His bottom lip juts out more and he turns around, throwing the dummy at the closer lady. It hits her straight on the nose, and he smirks triumphantly. Abba-do-ba. He points at her accusingly and tucks his head back into my neck. Abba-ma. He pats my back before putting a thumb in his mouth and going to sleep. Naughty Boruto. No throwing things. I scold him, secretly cheering him on. He'll do well in sports in the future. Oh my. We're so sorry, Ms. Hinata. Please forgive us and your son too. We shouldn't have said those things. They bow to us, much to my embarrassment. It's fine. I just hope you've learned some humility, I reply bashfully. No, it is not fine. But Hinata's too nice to say anything. So either you hurry up and give them a punishment, or I will. Shizu nudges me. For your punishment, you can serve any customers for an hour. Unpaid. I shrug. They nod gratefully. Just head over to the kitchen. Ashiku will be in there and can give you further instructions. They scamper off quickly. Really, Hinata? Unpaid work for an hour. What a terrible punishment. Shizu reprimands my decision. I sigh and lean against the wall. They're just kids. And girls too. You know how much we like to gossip. I rub Boruto's back as he sleeps peacefully. Can I put him in the crib? Please. I haven't had a chance to hold him all day, she pleads. Of course you can. Put him in the community one if you want, rather than the upstairs one. That way I won't have to go all the way upstairs when he wakes up. I pass him over to her, and she smiles brightly. I grin at the two as I start making my rounds again. This place wouldn't have come to life without my little boy. The rest of the day is peaceful and productive. Every time we gain a new customer or even a regular, it makes my heart swell with pride, and I almost wish I could see my dad just to thank him for the opportunity to do something so great. The two girls, Emra and Jaiso, the one Boruto threw his dummy at, are actually very sweet and hardworking. Long after their time is up, they stay to help, which is lucky because all our tables are full, and Ashiku would have been swamped by the colossal amount of orders. After closing time, they even stay to help clean up. Hey, I tap Emra and Jaiso's shoulders before they head out. Would you two like part-time jobs here? It might take a while for Shizu and some of the regulars to open up to you, but I think you two will be a great addition to the team. I smile faintly at them. They share a starry look before nodding ecstatically. Please, that would mean so much. Jaiso jumps up and down, clapping. Is this for real? At my nod, Emra joins Jaiso in jumping up and down. Thank you so much, Hinata-sama. It's no problem, girls. Would you like to say goodbye to Boruto before you go? I believe part of the reason they stayed was to look at him some more. Yes, please. They cheer enthusiastically. I smile at them and pick him up from the community playpen. He's on his stomach, playing with shapes and holding a toy frog. Hey, honey. I greet him. Ma. He giggles and holds my cheeks, a big grin plastered on his face. Oh. The two girls fawn over him. He's pouting at them, looking confused. It's okay, Boruto. They're nice people. Say goodbye to them, oh. I nod in their direction, and he gives me an adorable, apprehensive look. Ba-ba. He waves. Ah, bye, Boruto. Be seeing you soon. Emra gives him a kiss on the cheek, and he giggles. Jaiso is a little spooked about coming up, but Emra tugs her forward to say goodbye. Hey, little man. I'm sorry about what I said before. Bye for now. Jaiso smiles. Boruto holds out his hands for her to grab, and she allows him to take her index fingers. Ga-yaya. A smile of pure joy spreads across Jaiso's face, and that one smile makes everything I've given up worth it. I'll see you Friday, okay? Getting them integrated as soon as possible will be good. Is that okay with both of you? Yes, it's perfect actually, we're on school holidays. And it'll be nice to get some work experience in, Jaiso says. Fine with me. What time do you need us and what do we wear? Emra inquires. That's great. Come in at say, 10:30 a.m. and wear a black t-shirt and either navy or black skirts or long briefs. I'll add you two to the roster tonight, and we can get payment and everything sorted out. Does $15 an hour sound okay? Onji. That sounds awesome. Thank you, Hinata-sama. Emra hugs me. It's my pleasure, girls. I can see why everyone in the shop likes and defends you now. Jaiso grins shyly. I laugh at her sheepish expression and dismiss them. Better get home now, you two. Be safe. Thank you again, Hinata-sama, and good night both of you. They bow their heads and leave. I close up the shop and activate the security checks before putting Boruto back in the pen. He lies on his back looking at me with a betrayed expression before rolling over and playing with some blocks. Ashiku and Shizu have already headed off, and I start to prep for the next day. Usually, it takes about an hour, but I'm in a good mood, and it only takes 45 minutes. There's nothing really left to do, and it's only 4:48. On Tuesdays and Thursdays, we operate from 8 am to 7 p.m., but on Mondays and Wednesdays, it's 5:30 am to 4 p.m. Fridays are special, running from 6 p.m. to 10:30 p.m. Wanna go to the park? I ask Boruto. He claps his hands excitedly, and I applaud him for his learning. Aw, my smart baby. I coo and pick him up. He giggles and gives me a sweet kiss. I press my nose to his and head out. Back to the hoverport. Unfortunately, I discover that exit pods are not accessible to those with low to mid-income, and I find I don't really mind. I prefer hoverports to exit pods, and I enjoy driving. Babies from just born to 2 years old can't ride in exit pods, so I strap Boruto in the hoverport carefully and kiss his whiskered cheek before climbing into the driver's seat and taking off. Shall we go on the swings? I ask my darling boy. He claps his hands again and smiles at me. Okay then. I seat us down in the swing and push off the ground slightly. We aren't going very high since I can't hold Boruto and the chains at the same time, but he giggles nonetheless, enjoying every moment. During my reminiscing, the park becomes more populated. Children run around carefree while parents watch from the comfort of chairs on the outer rings. Beside me, a father pushes his son on the swing. The love on his face is clear, and it makes me think of what could have been. But that's too late now, and I have a more important man in my life now. Hey, excuse me miss, but can I have a go on the swing? A young girl of about 3 taps my leg and asks. She has black hair and matching eyes, pink glasses, and a pretty white blouse with a red skirt. Of course you can, honey. I smile and offer the swing to her. She grins and hops on. Thank you, miss. Of course, honey. What's your name? I'm Sarada Uchiha, and I'm not supposed to be talking to strangers, so please don't tell my daddy. She begs. Of course not. My lips are sealed. I mime a zipper and the young girl laughs. Can you push me? Sure. But where are your parents? Coming soon. My bodyguards are here, so I'm safe. She shrugs. Oh. Well, I'm Hinata, by the way. Sarada nods and asks if I can push her again. I start gently at first, and when she gets the hang of it, I sit down and watch her soar in the air. Tell me stories. She asks from high in the air. What kind? Adventure, action, romance? I giggle as Sarada's face pinches. Tell me adventure stories. Please. She adds as an afterthought. Luckily, I have many of those stories saved up for Boruto, otherwise, I'd be at a complete loss. Halfway through the beginning of the story, Boruto falls asleep, and I smile down at him. Sarada, where are you? A man's husky tone calls out. I'm here, Daddy. Sarada shouts. I stand up to slow the swing so she can dismount safely. Thanks, Binta. Sarada pulls me in for a surprise hug and grabs my hand. Come meet Daddy. She drags me along with surprising strength for a 3-year-old. Daddy. Sarada lets go of my hand and runs up to her father. There you are. Sasuke smiles fondly at his daughter before suching his gaze to mine. His eyes flash in surprise at seeing me, and I wave coyly. Oblivious to all this, Sarada grabs his hand and pulls him closer. Daddy, this is Binta. Binta, this is my daddy. She introduces us. Hello, Sasuke. How have you and Sakura been? I ask. Very well, thanks. He answers gruffly. Binta. He raises an eyebrow at my newfound nickname. How have you been? Fine, thank you. At that moment, Boruto decides to wake from his nap and cries. Oh honey, what's wrong? I rub the tears away and kiss his forehead. He quiets down slightly, but the tears keep coming. I'm sorry to leave, but I might have to go home. My son is very tired. I attempt to excuse myself. Wait, you didn't tell me you had a baby, and you haven't told me his name. Sarada pouts. No, I didn't, did I? I apologize, Miss Sarada, but I really must get going. Boruto hasn't lost his temper yet, but when will these kids learn what a tantrum is? What's his name first? And can I see him? Please. Sarada adds after noticing my reproachful expression. Yes, what is his name? Sasuke inquires. Boruto. Naruto Huyga. I must go now. Goodbye. I speed walk away before they can ask too many questions. I glance back from the parking lot to see Sasuke observing Boruto and me. Flushing, I pull the seatbelt tighter and he screams. I block my ears while trying to apologize. Here, it can be tricky. Sasuke gently pushes me aside and clicks Boruto in. He quiets down and watches Sasuke. I stand to the side, embarrassment filling me. Thanks. I should. Go now. Say bye, Boruto. I add out of habit. Ba. He waves at the two. Goodbye, Boruto. Sasuke nods. Sarada, say goodbye. He motions his daughter forward. Bye, Boruto. She waves and then grabs her dad's hand and steps back. I go in and put a spare dummy in his mouth to cover his birthmarks, but it's too little too late. Have a nice evening, Ms. and Mini Mr. Hyuga, Sasuke bids formally. You too, Mr. and Mini Ms. Uchiha. I wave to both of them and step into the car. By any chance, do you know who the father is? Sasuke inquires. I go blank and stare at him distantly. Yes, ever so annoying, that Uchiha. He has no father unless you count the cafe customers who carried me to the hospital. I put the car in drive and roll up the window on Sasuke's surprised face. Naruto's POV. I sit among the other 6 lords, awaiting one annoying Uchiha to arrive at this meeting. Every other lord, plus his wife and child, has made it. Well, every other lord's wife minus Niji's, Gaara's, and mine, and that's because we don't have wives to begin with. Both Niji and I don't have kids either. But you could have had a wife and a child. An annoying thought crosses my mind, and I'm quick to swat it down. Almost 2 hours have elapsed since the meeting was supposed to begin, and Sasuke still hasn't shown his face. The entry pod dings when Sasuke finally arrives. Collectively, we let out a sigh. As mad as we are also extremely worried. Attacks on lords have risen lately, and we still don't know who to pinpoint as the main enemy. Look what the cat dragged in. I raise an eyebrow at Sasuke and his daughter as they make their late entrance. Sasuke doesn't respond with his usual comeback, and his face is 10 times more broody than normal. What's happened? Sakura asks worriedly. Sasuke just shakes his head and pulls Sarada onto his lap so she can see over the table. Hey, guess what, mommy? Sarada says gleefully. She definitely got more of her mom's genes in behavior and personality. What is it, darling? Sakura asks her 3-year-old daughter. I met a really nice woman today. She pushed me on the swings and told me stories. Really? That's very kind of her. What was her name? Sakura asks. Binta. And her son was called, Bor. Sarada stumbles over the name. Was her son nice to you? Oh, he was sleeping and we didn't get to play. We only met him at the end when she had to go, didn't we, Daddy? She looks to her father for confirmation. He nods along with Sarada's story but isn't really paying attention. He was a couple of months old and was sleeping until he woke up and started crying, Sasuke adds, providing no new details. That all sounds very interesting, but I believe we have more important things to discuss. Niji steers the conversation to something more pressing. I'm going to be honest, he scares me. If he ever found out that his cousin and I were together, I'm pretty sure he would hand-deliver me to our enemies. Niji's right. Children, it's time for you to go play. Gaara shoos the kids away into the rec room. Cho-Cho, Metal, Sarada, and Inajin go giggling while Shikadai and Shinki walk into the room rolling their eyes. It sends most of us into a fit of giggles. Okay, on track now, you know. Go into my serious mode as the young ones disperse. Right. Sai nods. Well, in the last week alone, there have been 12 attempts on our lives collectively and 19 on the children. 19. Choji gasps. We'll have to triple the security on them. That's not even the worst thing. 4 attacks were staged at Shikadai, Inajin, and Sarada. 3 at Cho-Cho and Metal, and 1 at Shinki. I think they want to use them instead of us for leverage, Sai theorizes gravely. That's why you don't have children young, Niji quips. Maybe it's about bloodlines. Sasuke tilts his head in thought. The most attacks were centered on the Nara, Uchiha, and Yamanaka bloodlines. Shinki is, Shinki, and maybe Cho-Cho and Metal don't pose the most importance to whatever they want. They did collect a sample of my BLD years ago, Choji nods in thought. Same. Thanks for the rescue again too. Rock hangs his head, embarrassed. Of course we rescued you, Rock. Stop being sorry about being caught. You were shot and tranquilized for goodness sake. Tenten smacks his arm. He gives a bashful smile before returning to the topic. Theoretically, say these people want our BLD for something. The BLD of lords to be exact. The only bloodlines that haven't got an heir are the Uzumaki and Huyga bloodlines. They might go after my cousins or uncle, Niji frowns. And they most certainly will be gunning for the last Uzumaki. Shikamaru looks at me with concern. No, they won't. There's another Uzumaki out there, Sasuke insists. Karen's under heavy protection. She's not getting caught, you know. I respond, no, dope. The baby. Sarada got the name wrong. We actually met Hinata Huyga at the park and her son, Boruto Huyga. Or should I say Uzumaki? Sasuke glares into the distance. A baby. I stutter, still in shock. Hinata has a baby. I gulp. My baby. Sasuke nods stoically. Are you sure? It's been ages since we've been together, you know? You didn't see him. I saw the whisker marks and the eyes. It was scary how alike they are to yours. Sasuke rolls his eyes. Suddenly, a hand is at my neck, and I'm being held down on the table. You got my sister P-Arjun in T. She was banished and disgraced from the Huyga estate because of you. Niji snarls, ignoring that Hinata is actually his cousin. And now I find out she has a child. My little sister has been on her own for nearly 2 years raising a baby. I'm going to kill you when I get her back. Hey now, stop it, Niji. Fighting won't help Hinata or your nephew, who just so happens to be Naruto's baby. Tenten scolds. Fine. But you're on thin ice, Uzumaki. Niji releases me and sits back down. I continue to look at the table, my hands shaking and my breath coming in quick bursts. Holy moly. I'm a dad. This is bad. Now they don't need Naruto or a Hyuga. All they need is your baby and boom. Hyuga and Uzumaki BLD whenever they need it, Ino says, running her hand through her hair. Naruto, breathe. Sakura puts her hand on my shoulder, and I concentrate on breathing properly. Thanks, Sakura, I breathe. She nods and smiles slightly, but worry still creases her brow. Should we go pick her and my son up? I ask, feeling the conflict of being a father. More accurately, a father who hasn't been there. I wouldn't call him your son just yet, Dobe, Sasuke interrupts my thoughts. Why? Because when I asked her if she knew who the father was, she said, he has no father unless you count the cafe customers who carried me to the hospital. So yeah, don't go in and demand to see your son, otherwise she'll probably end you. Oh. Is her cafe called Baby Cakes and Angels? Ino asks. I believe so. I had one of my men follow her, and she parked outside a cafe called that, Sasuke replies. I love that cafe. It has free babysitting too. It's awesome. Ino gushes over Hinata's apparent shop. Why is this just becoming news to me? I complain. Because you're always at Ichiroku Ramen and not baby shops, Choji smirks. Ramen is delicious, I defend. We know your taste in food, Sai remarks. I pout at him before asking, what can we do to get her to come into safety? I'll go. She is my sister, and that is my nephew, Niji says. Hold up. You're just as bad as Naruto. You didn't know you had a nephew or that Hinata was PR'd in tea, so why should you have the right to go? Tamari counters. That's different. I didn't abandon her or get her PR'd in tea. Gee, well we better hope you didn't, Tenten comments. You, Tenten. I can't believe you just made that comment, Sakura says, scrunching her nose in disgust. As I was saying, Niji glares at us all. My uncle threatened to put both Hanabi and me in chains if we tried to help or even talk to her. You have no idea how much I wanted to see her. But if I had, Hanabi would have suffered worse than disgrace. I'm so sorry, Niji, Karui speaks up for the first time in this meeting. Niji shrugs it off and stares out the window. I'll go in and talk to her, Sakura declares. Yes, Ino, you can come too. Oh, and we can bring Inogen and Sarada. The cafe caters to children as well, with food and entertainment, so we can talk to Hinata without any distractions, Ino informs. Really? A shop that caters to babies' needs. Karui looks suspicious but hopeful. Yeah. From all ages too. There's a community playpen, a community crib if your baby is asleep, and drawing and toy stations. It's awesome, and she doesn't charge a penny if anything gets broken. Ino stares dreamily at the wall. How have you never recognized Hinata? If you knew she worked there, why did you never mention it? Tenten asks. She doesn't work Thursdays, and that's the only day I seem to be able to get by myself, Ino glares at Sai. Well then tomorrow's a bust, Temari frowns. I've got a good feeling about tomorrow. I say we go. And if she isn't there, we can ask around and see what people think of her or know. 2 birds, 1 stone, Choji chimes in. You just want to test out her cakes? Shikamaru smirks. 3 birds, 1 stone. Look, the point is, we can find out about her and see if she is in danger, Choji replies. It would be nice to take the kids out too, Karui smiled. Oh, they'll love it. Ino exclaimed, excited by the idea. At this rate, why don't we all just go? Sai rolled his eyes, though secretly, we all knew he wanted to keep a close eye on his mini-family. Okay, sure, Ino agreed. I'm coming too, and no one is telling me different, you know, I declared. But the girls weren't listening as they planned out what they were going to say, do, and where. I will not be accompanying you, I'm sorry. I have business to take care of in my district, Gaara informed us. I nodded understandingly. A lord's work is never done. What time should we go? Tamari asked. What time does the shop open first? Shikamaru inquired. Tuesdays and Thursdays are from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m., but Monday and Wednesday it's 5:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. Friday is a special deal from 6 p.m. to 10:30 p.m., Ino recited. Okay, let's go in at 10 o'clock then. That'll give us plenty of time to get ready, get the kids ready, hire more security, and prepare what we need to say. Sakura ticked off details on her fingers. 10. I'll be late. I'll try for 11:30 and I'll bring Hanabi too. She misses Hinata, Niji agreed. Big boss man gets to meet his kid too. Choji punched my shoulder and grinned. I smiled back, feeling a mix of emotions. Yay, I get to meet my kid and the person I told I never wanted to see again. The girls rolled their eyes at his antics. Senator, pull up articles and videos of baby cakes and angels. Shikamaru ordered the AI as he flicked the holographic screens into the center. Several articles and websites appeared while thousands of videos and their links populated the other screen. Videos or websites? Choji started the vote. Videos. We all called in unison. Okay then. Shikamaru pressed the link to the first one. A woman appeared, ready to review the shop. Hello everybody. Today I'm going to be reviewing the shop, Baby Cakes and Angels. For those of you who haven't heard about it, this shop is only a year old and caters to the needs of mothers, children, and workers as a whole. It's one of the only ones of its kind, which sparks a lot of talk. Before we begin, here's a little background on the owner and why she started it. Yes, I know a woman. Crazy, right? She has single-handedly done what many men and families often struggle with, and what's even more impressive is that she was PRGNT at the time. Here's a photo of her. Isn't she pretty? Even PRGNT, she has that glow. And no, she is not married or dating anyone that I can find. Now, a lot of you might think she's impure, or she is bad, but I'm guessing you haven't tried her food. Because that stuff is crazy good. Even a lord's wife thinks so. See right there? That is Ino Yamanaka, wife of Lord Sai. I've heard her visits are regular, so you know this shop is excellent if a lord's wife is a regular customer. At this, Ino blushed bright pink, and we started laughing at her. Okay, so that was a bit off topic, let's move back to the owner. The video switched back to Hinata, who was serving a small girl. Now the owner is named Hinata Huyga, ex-daughter of Hayashi Huyga. I haven't got many sources on what went down, but I believe that when she got PRGNT, her father, a respected and powerful businessman, cut her out of the family altogether. That is a very extreme thing to do, but quite frankly, I'm glad he did. Her cooking is to die for. Next, let's talk about her child. See here. The reviewer moved to the side of the screen as a picture of Hinata holding her child appeared. You couldn't see much, only a small hand clasping Hinata's delicately. I know that photo shows literally nothing but a hand, but this is the only photo that shows any part of her baby. Even I, who regularly visits the cafe, have not seen anything really. We have no eye color, no hair color, and no facial features. She is a very private woman. Many people speculate about the father, but Hinata Huyga has never opened her mouth to reveal this juicy gossip. From what I do know, the baby's name is Boruto or Bolt Huyga. Honestly, it's a smart business ploy. She can look after her child while working, and it appeals to many women in the same situation as her. It's just an amazing business, Shikamaru said as he clicked the video off and changed it to another one. In it, the restaurant was shown with the caption, "My new favorite cafe." The next video displayed a heap of mouth-watering cakes. Those look amazing. Choji drooled. Karui shot him a look, but he was too busy fantasizing about eating them to notice. We skimmed through the next few videos, but one caught my attention. Go back. It showed a girl gearing up in a biohazard suit with the caption, POV, getting ready to eat food at the Impure Cafe. Something about this felt wrong. We clicked through to the next one, but this time Sasuke told Shikamaru to stop. It was a man with nanites molded in a mask, flashing the words, KC Cooks. Okay, today in my video, we're going to be talking about the dark truth of baby cakes and angels. As you know from previous videos, she started her business because of her son, Naruto Huyga. His father remains unknown, as do most of his looks. Now that's not the worst part. Apart from her son being considered impure in her bloodline, it seems he is the child that will bring chaos to Konoha. If you don't know what being impure means, I'll give you a simple definition. Being impure means your genetics have been mixed with non-noble bloodlines. For example, if an Uchiha had a child with someone from a common background, that child would be considered impure. The last Uchiha, Sasuke Uchiha, had a child with Sakura Haruno, which makes their child impure as well. Sasuke looks ready to confront whoever is spreading this information, and I fully support him. The second meaning of impure refers to being born with special markings that indicate a certain destiny. The size or number of these markings doesn't matter, what matters is their color. If the color is black and white, you'll likely fall into a lesser category, often working for someone deemed more impure. Essentially, you become the foot soldiers. Sakura Uchiha Haruno is an impure woman, similar to the fifth Lady Tsunade. However, their impurities allow them to heal and protect others, making them the kind of impure individuals you want to befriend. Sakura's jaw tightens and she grips the table. Gently, Sasuke removes her hand to prevent her from hurting herself. I don't have much information on impures with brightly colored markings, but I've heard they can be dangerous and may threaten everything the lords have built to protect us. When I said her child would bring chaos to Konoha, there is a prophecy that foretells Konoha's destruction at the hands of an impure. I have reason to believe Hinata Huyga is hiding that child. If you don't believe me, here's a video of the baby and his mother. The screen shifts to a clip where Boruto is being held by a doctor. Hinata lies in bed, reaching for him, but a nurse lifts him to the camera, revealing a barely visible black pattern on his back. "Give me my baby!" Hinata screams. The nurse hands him over, backing away in disgust. Hinata cradles Boruto tightly, wrapping him in a blanket to cover the markings. The video ends, returning to the man who looks triumphant. So there you have it, everyone. Hinata Huyga is hiding the dark truth behind her cheerful facade. I bet she can't wait to raise the next enemy of Konoha. The video concludes, and I'm ready to join Sasuke in his mission. How many views does that video have? Sasuke asks Shikamaru urgently. 5,000, but it's rising quickly, Shikamaru replies. Delete that video now, Sasuke commands. Sai immediately hacks into the web and deletes it. Block that whole website, Shikamaru orders. Sai nods and gets to work. There, done, Sai confirms. We need to get Hinata and Boruto as soon as possible, I say. The others nod in agreement. I'm coming, Hinata. I'm coming, Boruto. Hinata's POV. I close my eyes against the bright sunlight filtering through the blinds. Suddenly I bolt up. The quick movement makes my head spin, and I take a moment to rub the sleep from my eyes. I can hear Boruto crying from the other room. Ah, baby. I'm coming, I call out as I dig through my clothes and pull on a clean black top, not bothering to change out of my Powerpuff Girls pajama shorts. I dash across the hall, grateful it's not far. I pick up Boruto from his bassinet and feel that he has a high temperature. This cannot be happening. It's okay, baby. It's okay. Come on, let's get some food into you. I pull up my top to nurse him. He takes it slowly, attempting to bite me, but thankfully he doesn't have teeth yet. I quickly burp him, change his diaper, bathe him, and dress him in a blue frog onesie. Tears stream down his cheeks and there's some snot on his face. I can't put you in the community crib, can I? I sigh. No, he cries. No, none of that. I pick him up and hum a soft tune to soothe him. I know, baby. I know. I rub his back, and he burps again. I check the time and gasp. It's 10:23. You have to be kidding me, I exclaim, causing Boruto to cry again. I place him back in his bassinet, hand him his pacifier, and rush to the bathroom to brush my teeth and grab my uniform for the day. I skip the breathes, opting to wear my pajamas, and hope no one annoys me because I might lose my temper. I tie my long hair in a loose bun, skip makeup, and splash water on my face. I hurry back to Boruto's room, slip on my shoes, and scoop him up as I dash downstairs. The shop is bustling as I enter. A few regulars laugh but quickly return to their routines. Good morning, Hinata and Boruto, they wave. I smooth back my hair and wave back, ready to tackle the day ahead. Morning. Hinata, Today's your day off and you're wearing your Powerpuff Girl PJ shorts, Nico shouts across the cafe. Right, I knew that. My customers giggle, and I smile sheepishly. Boruto starts crying again and spits his dummy out. Oh, come on, honey. None of that. I go to pick the dummy up, but a man beats me to it. Here you go. He passes it to me with a kind smile. I give him an automatic smile and trip back. Naruto-kun. I must be dreaming. There's no way he's here. I hate you. Excuse me, I have to go. I take the dummy from his hands and shoulder my way past, making a break for the exit. 3 men block my path, and I suck in a deep breath. Many of my regulars stand up and stare down Naruto and his gang. What do you people want with Lady Hinata? Enzo questions. He was the one who carried me to the hoverport to take me to the hospital. We simply wish to talk to her. Shikamaru diffuses the situation. Talk to her. The last time someone simply wished to talk to her, they tranquilized her and tried to end Boruto. Sizu storms in front of me. Okay, that's enough. I put my free hand on my hip. Children, it's okay. You don't have to hide, the adults are just talking. I look towards the children staring wide-eyed at their parents and the confrontation. Everybody sit back down, nothing bad will happen. We can talk in here. I bargain. And if people overhear? Sasuke asks. Then you know you talk loud. I spin around and head back to my room. Where are you going? Sai asks this time. I'm grabbing a bottle for my child and getting some medicine. I pinky swear I'm not running away. These kids are really rubbing off on me. I hike back up the stairs and stick Boruto in his high chair so I can find a baby bottle, a blanket, a wipe, some decent shorts, and some medicine. Open up, honey. I instruct as I try to give him the medicine. He shakes his head mutinously, and the spoon flies out of my hand. Your powers are starting up early. Magic is all but gone in most people. It's rare to still have the magical capabilities of your bloodline anymore. Even a disgraced Hyuga like myself still holds a semblance of power. Our lords are the ones with the most power and the reason they are the protectors of the districts. I'm in for a world of trouble considering my baby is starting to access his gifts at only 3 months old. Boruto, you need to have the medicine or you'll get sick. I put my hands on my hips and stare down at my angry baby. Nuwa! He cries. None of that now. Come, take the medicine. I put some more on a different spoon and hold it near his mouth. He pouts but opens his mouth for me to slide the spoon in. Good boy. I kiss his cheek but he shakes his head. Oh, you aren't a good boy. I raise my eyebrow while I change his breathes. Ma-e-na. I clap my hands at him and giggle while I fill up the bottle with milk. I don't have enough confidence to BRSTFD in front of my childhood friends. Okay, baby boy. Let's wipe your nose now. I grab a tissue from the box and wipe his nose delicately. I toss it in the bin and wash my hands before grabbing a fluffy blanket, reinserting his dummy, grabbing the bottle, and heading back down. Everything okay? I whisper to Nico. No fight club yet unless I haven't been told, she whispers back. I roll my eyes but give her a big grin and walk over to the table where my childhood friends, now lords and ladies, sit uncomfortably. Sarada is the first to notice me. Binta. She calls, waving me over. Come sit next to me. She pats a chair, and I happily take it. Hey Binta. Hey Bor. She grins happily. Hello, Sarada. I smile warmly at the giggling child. Miss Binta, this is my mummy, and these are my uncles and aunties. She points everybody out, and I smile at her simple joy. Hello, Sarada's mummy and aunties and uncles. I wave. Hey, what's in the blanket? A mini Shikamaru asks. Hinata POV. I slump down on my bed with Boruto cradled in my arms. He's playing with my hair and making happy noises. It almost makes me smile. I pull down his hood to reveal his blonde curls and take the dummy out to reveal his 2 whisker birthmarks. I think you're better than any pure, I tell him as I pull him out of the frog onesie. I pick him up and walk into the bathroom to examine the marks on his back. It keeps getting bigger, his impurity. When he was born, it was just a small, bluish mandala, but in just 3 months, it's ballooned in size and color. The mark races down his arms, falling just short of his wrist, and there's now red, purple, green, and black coloring on various parts of his tattoo. You're more amazing and appealing than any pure, Boruto, and don't let anyone tell you different. I kiss his cheeks. I grab a fluffy towel with a hood and wrap him back up. He puts the towel over his face to my confusion and lifts it back up. Peekaboo, he calls happily. Oh, peekaboo. I close my own eyes this time and wait for him. Peekaboo, he shouts. Where's the baby? Where's the baby? I open my eyes and see his adorable confusion. There he is. I cry. He giggles and claps his hands. I press my face to his and giggle. Excuse me, is anyone in here? A man knocks on the door, startling me. He walks in and immediately shuts his eyes. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. What are you doing in here? I stammer, ducking my head behind Boruto. I was, looking for the bathroom. What are you doing here? He stammers back. This is my bathroom. I was playing peekaboo with my baby. Bathrooms are down my stairs, past the community crib and left of the speakers. I reply, my face burning. Thanks. He scratches the back of his head, embarrassed. I peek out from behind Boruto and examine my unexpected guest. His eyes light up knowingly as he points to Boruto's uncovered arm. Nice tattoo. I quickly cover it up and send him a hard glare. He raises his hand in surrender before pointing to his wrist. Don't freak out, I'm not like some other people. I've got one too. Slowly, I walk forward to examine his wrist. A green spiral. It goes all the way up my arm, only stopping at my collarbone. To date, I'm the most marked impure, he explains, rolling his eyes at the nickname. Mentally, I snort. He's got nothing on Boruto's marks. I'm a researcher on impure marks. We normally call them transcend marks, he continues. I nod slowly. You should be going now. Oh, but wait, can I meet with you too again? I'd love to get to know you and his. Marks are very interesting. This could be a good opportunity to learn more about Boruto's mark. We can talk in my lounge room. Talk only. I make that point very clear. He smiles widely, and I give him a small one in return before shooing him out. I don't want to turn my back to him. Second door on the right. The lounge room connects to my small kitchenette and a tiny storage room where I keep a baseball bat for protection, especially since my quantum mite dispenser is a little on the useless side. Quantum mite dispensers were created during the 25th century when a young scientist discovered that quantum metals reacted to electromagnetic pulses EMPs. This technology has pioneered many ways of discovery and is the building block of many designs. Can you excuse me for a moment? I need to dress him, I ask. The man smiles and nods. I return to my room and quickly redress Boruto in his frog onesie. Best behavior, Boruto, I order. He kicks his feet out and waves his hand in the air excitedly. Good boy. I giggle, replace his dummy in his mouth, and head back to the lounge room. The man has taken a seat on the armchair closest to the door, making it awkward to pass, which sends a small warning light in my head. I ignore it, though, in favor of finding out the truth behind my son's marks. I place him in his rocking chair and strap him in. Sleep now, honey. He closes his eyes almost automatically, and I lightly rock the chair so he stays asleep. So, what do you know of the transcend marks? He asks when I finally sit down on the love seat. Not much. Just that they're sort of a remnant from the past when we could control our chakra. They appear in people who have the potential to use it. I think humans started losing the ability when we focused on research and development of technology, I answer, threading through all the history lessons and theories I've read. He nods. That's good. Better than most people would be able to say. You are in fact correct. Transcend marks signify that the supposedly repressed chakra genes are awakening. So, my little boy has accessed his gifts early. Just like Naruto-kun. Stop it, Hinata. Stop thinking about him. He hates me. Think of Boruto's future. A small pressure on my index finger makes me look at Boruto. He's holding onto it tightly, as if I may disappear if he lets go. I slide his cheek with my free hand in comfort. I think it's happening again. Every few days, he awakens with pains because his marks are growing. Today's no different, and it hurts. Poor baby. I hope he can sleep it off. Is everything all right? My guest asks. I snap back into focus and nod, pasting a fake smile on my face. Of course, Mr. Sorry, what's your name? I ask, feeling silly. The man smiles kindly. I'm Tonari Otsutsuki. He grins. Shall we continue our talk, Ms. Huyga? Warning bells ring in my head. He knows my name. Actually, didn't you need to go to the bathroom? I ask, picking Boruto up. He squirms to get comfortable while Tonari observes us. He sighs deeply and stands up. He has a slight hunch, but he's already dominating the space, and the height difference between us is intimidating. I really didn't want it to come to this. He holds out his hand, and a nanite gun forms. There's no surviving that. Once the bullet enters the bloodstream, the nanomites will disperse and start breaking down tissue. You're coming with me, Ms. Hinata Huyga. The people around us quicken their pace to get away from me. Thanks a lot, I grumble, fiddling with my keys. I can't help it, I want Hinata back, and I want to see our son. It's what friends are for. Sasuke shrugs nonchalantly, joining me in leaning against the hood of my car. Are you going to talk to her or stand out here like a loser? He asks. Come on, I'm looking for the right words to say to her, you know. Naruto, we both know thinking isn't your strong suit, he ribs. Gee, thanks team, I roll my eyes. Alright, where are the rest of them? I ask. Sai and Shikamaru are no doubt lurking around to find out information, and Choji probably wants more cake because, like, Diamond, Hinata's cakes are good. Who you calling the rest of them? Hanabi Hyuga glares from the sidewalk beside Niji, Shikamaru, and Sai. So you finally decided to drop by. I mutter drily. Be quiet, Uzumaki. I'm here for my big sis and nephew, she glares, and an involuntary shiver runs down my spine. Hyugas and their eyes. My advice is don't get into a staring contest with them. I'm well aware, Hanabi, I reply. Niji sighs in annoyance as he looks between Sasuke and me. What did you do? What did I do? Nothing. Totally. We may have been asked to leave, very politely, by one heck of a scary woman, you know. I scratch the back of my head and look at my shoes to avoid the inevitable glares. Of course, Hanabi sighs and turns her back on us. Niji follows after his cousin. The image reminds me of a pit bull protecting a kitten. But let me tell you, that kitten has claws. Do we follow? I ask seriously. I don't want to intrude on Hinata's personal space, especially since I told her I never wanted to see her again. Shikamaru and Sai exchange glances and have a mini conversation in the quiet. I have a feeling something bad will happen. Let's go in, Sai says, opening the door. My brow furrows at his comment. That's never good when Sai says that. Sasuke and I get off the hood of the car and enter the bustling shop once more. Shizu stops what she's doing and casts a fierce glare at us, lifting a finger in a wait gesture. Hanabi and Niji casually look around the room under heavy scrutiny as they try to make the connection. I'm looking for Hinata Huyga. She's my sister. Has anyone seen her? Hanabi shouts. Shizu, arms crossed, marches over to us. She's busy. Come another day, she says, suching her look to me. You stay away from Hinata and Boruto. She pulls out a cooking appliance and points it threateningly at me. Hanabi and Niji's eyebrows furrow as Sasuke and I tilt our heads in confusion. What is she on about? In an over-the-top move, she rolls her eyes so hard that I fear they may pop out and roll away. This cafe caters to children. No swearing. We're teaching good language, she sighs, as if that was totally obvious. That's incredible. Hanabi rolls her eyes. Hey, Niji, she smiles devilishly. Yes. Niji raises an eyebrow. Can we get lemon squares? Please. She begs. Let me guess I'm paying, he murmurs. You know me so well. She turns back to Shizu. Go get our order, please, she asks sweetly, with an undercurrent of mischief. For once, Shizu looks taken aback, her jaw dropping. As quick as lightning, she fixes her expression to one of mild respect. The Huyga company will be in good hands in the future, she replies. Hinata's upstairs. That was easy, Shikamaru smirks. I slam my mouth shut after realizing I had been gawking. I'm bringing you if we ever need to interrogate someone. Whatever, Hanabi rolls her eyes. Off to my left, a cup falls off the table, and a small cry is heard somewhat distantly. Sasuke and I share a look. Something's not right. I advance a single step forward before a table collapses. The screaming is getting louder, and a few curses are legible. What's going on up there? I shout. A man of about 20 is propelled down a staircase hidden in the back and lands face first. A small object comes skidding to my feet, and tentatively I pick it up, a nanite gun. Sasuke immediately jumps to apprehend the man for carrying illegal and dangerous weapons as Hinata runs down the stairs. Her eyes are filled with unshed tears, and she clutches her child close to her chest. I run forward to intercept her, wrapping my arms around her to help her relax and to satisfy my longing to hold her. Her body trembles slightly, and her breathing is hurried and panicked. It's okay, Hinata. Breathe, I instruct, lifting her face to gaze into her appealing eyes. She stares deep into mine, and I brush away a stray strand of hair from her damp forehead. Everything is okay now. If anyone tries to lay a hand on you, I'll protect you, I growl fiercely. No one better try to touch my Hina. I'm gone for 2 seconds. Sizu shouts, re-entering. Children, customers, please have a nice day and leave now. On the house, she says, ushering people out. Surprisingly, the mini evacuation goes quickly, and all that remains is my crew, the man on the floor, Hinata, and her child. The kitchen hand nods solidly at Hinata before departing. Now I can get a good look at this criminal. Hinata pulls out of my grasp, much to my annoyance, and settles herself next to Shikamaru. I glare at the man for a second before joining Sasuke. The Uchiha has his katana out, pressed against the pale man's throat, his expression deadly. This katana, the original from his family, was given to him by his older brother. It holds immense importance, a true herald of his past and the ninja world before the modern takeover. Crouching, I grab a handful of hair and yank, bringing his face level with mine. His lip curls in anger as we meet eyes. Uzumaki, he spits. Sasuke's grip tightens, and a thin stream of BLD trickles out. Watch your tone, the Uchiha snarls. Give me the child, and your pain will be spared. A wave of emotions surges through me, mostly anger, and the hatred makes my BLD boil. No one will touch my son. I would save your breath, Tonari, Hinata hisses. You wouldn't want to get beaten yet again. Your time will come, Hinata Huyga. You will be mine. He will be ours. I will give you heaven and earth. You will see and have the power, Tonari preaches. Oh. Red flag alert. Hanabi yells, kicking Tonari. He winces at the blow to the ribs, and a savage satisfaction runs through me. He deserves it. A few muffled coughs and groans come from the beaten man, followed by a gurgling sound that freaks me out. The gurgling turns to laughter, and his blue eyes glow brightly. Suddenly, he stops and fixes a blank look at me. You have not won, he smirks as the windows blow open. Hinata's POV. You're coming with me, Ms. Hinata Huyga, Tonari sighs, not even bothering to sound menacing. I take a small bit of comfort from that. Why do you want me? I ask, trying to sound brave and in control. Why, Hinata, you are a appealing woman. I've loved you from afar for a long time now. And not only that, your son, he's the star of hope for this world. His eyes turn hard, and Boruto screams. You're coming with me now. He points a nanite gun next to my ear. The bullet makes contact with the wall, and the nanos start eating into the plaster. That was a warning, dear. Let's go. Boruto screams long and loud. Tonari clamps his hands over his ears to block the noise. So much like his father. I need to stop thinking of that cursed man. Suddenly, a spoon from the sink smacks Tonari in the face, leaving a giant red mark on his forehead. He rubs the sore spot, confused. I shuffle toward the closet, keeping a close eye on him. Not so fast. He lifts his hand and my body floats in the air. I can't have you leaving so quickly, pretty Huyga. He draws me in until we're pressed chest to chest. I shift Boruto onto my hip to limit Tonari's contact. Ma, he sobs. Quiet. Tonari shouts. Boruto is yanked from my grasp and held near the windows. Let him go. I scream, kicking him hard. Tonari's grip falters and he crumples to the floor, holding himself as Boruto falls. My little man claps cheerfully as I lunge to grab him, just in time to stop his head from hitting the coffee table. He giggles as the storage door opens. Perfect. Quickly, I adjust him to one hip and grab the baseball bat that falls into my hands. I was on a team for 4 years in high school, and I was told I had a great swing. The weight feels awkward, but I flex my wrist and get a feel for the motion before swinging down at my intruder's head. His hand flies up and grabs the bat with practiced ease. There's one problem he didn't account for. I'm a mother. I let go of the bat handle and kick him on the nose, sending him backward. Tonari lays stunned against the wall for a moment, and Boruto giggles and claps. You thought that was it? Tonari narrows his eyes, rubbing his nose where a small line of BLD leaks out. He throws back his head and laughs. Boruto cuddles closer to my neck, his lips quivering. Hinata! Boruto! Tonari shouts. My foot slips and I fall in slow motion. Let us go! I scream back. What? But... Boruto screams in response. Oh come now, Hinata, we could be great parents. Just you and I. He stalks around the corner with a mad glint in his eyes. Frozen in place, I can't do anything. It's all going to be alright, baby. There's no need to worry, I console him. His lip pouts out as he watches my face for tense moments. Listen to your mother, little one, Tonari smiles. He lifts me by my throat and pins my front against the wall, inserting his body between us. Your lord won't save you. No one can. I am the only one who can protect you. My methods may be unorthodox, but they are effective. Don't you want to save the little one? He whispers in my ear, playing with a coil of my hair. I shake away from his touch, asking, who is coming for him other than every other impure, hating group? Oh, so many. But you shouldn't worry too much. I am here to protect you. He gently pushes my hair to the side and kisses my neck. I flinch, feeling trapped, but just because I can't break free doesn't mean Boruto can't. My baby screams long and loud as he senses my fear, and Tonari is rapidly propelled down the stairs. Each toss slams his head against the banister, and a savage satisfaction runs through me. This isn't the right moment to praise Boruto for his actions. I don't want him to think it's okay to throw people around, but I can't help feeling proud that he saved us. I slide his hair and kiss his forehead. Thank you for saving mommy, baby boy. But you can't throw people around like that, eh? I tell him as I follow down the stairs. I'm honestly done with today, but I won't let this man casually saunter around a cafe filled with families. What awaits me at the bottom almost makes me want to turn around. Niji, Hanabi, Sasuke, Choji, Sai, Shikamaru, and Naruto. Sasuke has his knees pinned down on Tonari's back with a sword at his throat. His expression is calm, but it's clear he would love to end this. Oh no. As much of a scumbag as Tonari is, nobody deserves death. I also don't want to clean up his BLD afterward. Naruto is immediately at my side, wrapping my tense body in a warm, genuine hug. The embrace feels safe, and I allow myself to daydream about him loving me and our appealing child, feeling protected in his arms. But it's never going to happen. He hates me, he said it himself, and I was foolish enough to believe it. I will never regret my feelings, especially not with Boruto as the result. But I will always loathe the decisions of my younger self. I try to tell myself over and over that. It's never going to happen, but I can feel the panic in my chest tightening. I have to stop. I have to calm down. I have to think of Boruto, not the amazing man who helped give him life. Am I a bad mother? I can't be. I can't be selfish. It's okay, Hinata. Breathe. Naruto lifts my face so I can look into his gorgeous ocean blue eyes. Nothing's changed about him. He's only gotten more appealing, maybe a bit taller, but the kindness I fell in love with is still there, shining in his determined gaze. Slowly, he brushes away a stray strand of hair that fell out during our earlier struggle. Thinking about how close we came to danger makes me want to apologize and tell him how I feel. My face heats up, but I can't break eye contact with him. This might be my last chance to feel his love. Everything is okay now. If anyone tries to harm you, I'll protect you, he promises. My heart races at the protectiveness on his face and how he grips my waist tighter, pulling me closer. Just then, Caesar shouts from the door, "Children customers, please have a nice day and leave now." On the house. The customers quickly exit, some casting glances at the close contact between Naruto and me, murmuring good luck and stay safe. I nod and wish them the same, hoping I haven't ruined their day. I step away from this awkward yet heartwarming moment and stand next to Shikamaru. We were close when we were younger, and it's more comfortable for Boruto and me. I can feel Naruto's heated glare at my old friend, but excuse it. He's probably mad that kindness still exists in me. Hanabi glances worriedly at me, trying to get my attention, but I keep my focus on Boruto, who is playing with my fingers. How much therapy are we going to need in the future? I whisper to him. He touches my cheek consolingly, making me feel slightly more hopeful. Uzumaki. Tonari's silky voice snaps me out of my daze. I look at him, and Naruto's hand clenches around a tuft of light blue hair, staring intently. Watch your tone, Sasuke snarls. I roll my eyes. Such a dark night, that one. Give me the child and your pain will be spared, Tonari demands. A dark feeling settles in the pit of my stomach as I watch him seethe. I would save your breath, Tonari, I retort. Boruto tugs a piece of my hair, and I brush it off. You wouldn't want to get beaten yet again. Boruto tugs again, and a small whine follows. Your time will come, Hinata Huyga. You will be mine. He will be ours. I will give you heaven and earth. You will see and have the power, he preaches. Oh. Red flag alert. Hanabi yells, kicking Tonari. I smile gratefully at her. I can always depend on her to lighten my day. Tonari starts making unsettling giggles, his eyes glowing brighter. Suddenly, he stops and fixes a blank stare on Naruto. I want to jump in between them to protect Naruto, but it's hardly necessary. Naruto is 10 times stronger than I could ever hope to be. You have not won, he smirks as the windows blow open. Shikamaru's POV, what a drag. I just wanted to eat more cake. Now we have a home invader and potential murderer in custody, a baby that won't stop tugging on Hinata's hair, 2 furious Hyugas, an irritated lord, and witnesses to potential murder. You have not won, the intruder screams. Great, he is back up. I grab Hinata's waist and pull her down, protecting her and her baby with my body. From my position on the ground I can't see much, but I know Choji has created a dome around us for protection. I quickly stand up and assess the situation. The windows are shattered, and there's no longer a door. Outside, the cafe is swarmed with pale men fitting the description of our captive, likely family members. There's no doubt they'll surround the back doors, and I wouldn't be surprised if there were a few teleporters among them. Ha! Only a matter of time, my dear wife, the man giggles. Sasuke slams his head against the ground repeatedly until he passes out. He's your husband? Naruto asks, pain evident in his voice. No, you. My sister would never date, let alone marry a man like that. Hanabi shrieks. Niji's face darkens as he glares at the man. I'm allowed to kill this one, right? He asks with a neutral expression. We are not discussing this. Let's get out of here, she replies, turning her back to them. Then we have to get out of here, Niji shrugs, switching to neutral. Obviously, he would gladly take down this idiot, but he's going to follow through with what Hinata wants. Really now? Aren't you smart, Sasuke deadpants? Shut up, Uchiha, Niji snaps back defensively. All of you stop. Hinata yells, clearly fed up. I'm glad someone finally said it. Boruto cries and tugs on Hinata's hair again, making her wince. She looks down at her child. Honey, what's the matter? She asks, concerned. He cries. At Hinata's confused look, he starts to squirm. What? Never mind, we have bigger problems, Naruto says. Shikamaru, got any ideas? The home security will only do so much, Hinata asks, distracted. Come on, baby, it's okay, she soothes, stroking his cheeks and reinserting his pacifier. Nary! Nary! He cries. Let's go upstairs. These intruders. My sentence is cut off as a giant flare of telekinetic energy pushes us against the tables, knocking over furniture in Hinata's cafe. In the center of the chaos is Hinata's floating body. I choke on my breath as I hit the back of my head. Hinata! Naruto shouts. My vision blurs, but I can see the flame of Naruto's elemental chakra flare up, bright orange and impossible to miss. Not so fast. The man dodges Naruto's swipes and launches him backward. I grab onto a broken fragment of what was once a window, cutting my palms as I haul myself up awkwardly. Okay, broken ribs, nothing fatal, possible concussion. I flick my wrist, activating my nanomite dispensers. Sasuke manages to pick himself up from where he was launched into the kitchen, batter smeared across his face and cloak. He doesn't hesitate, flinging himself over the counter and launching a kick at this powerful enemy. Tonari! Stop this now! Hinata screams. Finally, some identification for this guy. My dispensers hum as they activate, and I fire 2 lead bullets that ricochet off the air conditioning units and land on the floor next to Tonari. Too busy to notice as he fights against Naruto and Sasuke, I start the sequence to encapsulate the rogue intruder. The lead bullets dissolve into a syrupy liquid and explode outward. Recognizing the situation, Choji, Sai, Naruto, and Sasuke jump back. The solution hardens incredibly fast, trapping Tonari. Hinata lands in a crouch as she drops. Everybody out! I shout, grabbing the unconscious male Hyuga. Sai piggybacks Hanabi, and we make a quick escape to the parking lot to reach the HPs. I don't care if those other pale weirdos are out there. We need to go, and we need to go now. He's insane and won't stop until he gets what he wants and angers the lords of the districts. With little care, I drop Niji into the back seat and shove him over before activating the defense in the vehicles with a single automated response. Hinata and Naruto tumble in through the front so awkwardly that Hinata ends up cradled underneath Naruto over the console. Just in time, the doors slide shut with a hiss as the barriers emerge over the outer part of the HP. Hinata and Naruto are lucky that Niji is not awake. I wouldn't be surprised if Niji would have thrown Naruto outside to face the force of the incoming explosion. Also, because his face is smushed in the crook of. My knee and my head is resting against his thigh in our cramped back seat. It's uncomfortable, and his knee is digging into my back. What's going to happen, Shik? The HP rocks violently to the side, and a force of hot particles swarms the car so badly that I'm sweating. That's going to happen. I blew up Tonari, I reply. Hinata's previously blushing face transforms into one of absolute rage. You blew up my home, she yells. What a drag. I just wanted to eat more cake. Naruto's POV. Hinata's lithe body twists beneath me as she lets out a breathless sigh. Oh, Naruto-kun. The nails gripping my hair tighten, but I can't feel much among the bliss of this appealing woman. Hinata, I breathe against her porcelain skin. So appealing, so pure, so mine. Her face turns a delicious shade of pink, and she looks away. Tell me, baby, what do you want? I bite her earlobe. Anything you wish is my command, princess. She gasps and trains her gorgeous eyes on my face. The simple look makes me feel like a king. Without her, I don't even want to think about that. I want you. With me. Forever, she whispers. I give her a saccharine grin. I love the way you think, Miss Hyuga. I pull her closer to my chest, paying attention to her neck. Nothing too bad, but it sends more pleasure through me. I want to cherish her forever. Naruto-kun. She flips us over and attacks my chest with light pecks. Naruto-kun. Yes, baby. Naruto-kun. She playfully slaps my face. What was that for? Naruto-kun, she shouts. Naruto-kun, get off me, please. Hinata pokes my side, and I jihei up. We're in a car, with Niji and Shikamaru in the back, and a baby cradled between us. Oops. Sorry. I maneuver myself, but the way we're positioned just pushes me closer to her. Awkwardly, she looks away and tries to wiggle herself free. My stomach plummets at the sensation and I gasp. Why does she have to be so amazing? This is not how I want her to see me, like I'm just some teenager with reckless thoughts. I glance at Shikamaru, who is staring at the roof, content to ignore our awkward fumble. She pushes her body against the opposite door, and I shift over to the driver's side, staring out the window. Just because the shields are still up doesn't mean I'm not enjoying the view. Boruto coos quietly. My face breaks into a grin at the adorable sound. I'm sorry, honey, all your plushies got destroyed. But I'll fix that right up, okay? Hinata whispers to him. I wish I was the one she was whispering to. I'll buy you 2 new toys. Don't worry. That's very kind, Naruto-kun. But Boruto and I can manage, thank you, she replies coldly. My anger flares at that. Maybe it's because my feelings have been all over the place, or because I've been trying to keep my composure for so long. But I snap. You can't. You won't. And you're being too stubborn. Accept the help, Ms. Huyga, and deal with it. I will help you, and that is the last straw. No negotiation. I am your lord of this district, so you will abide by my words. Got that? No. I'm not accepting it, and don't use that type of language around me or my child. Just admit it, he's my child. Boruto is not your son. I don't care what you think you know. He's mine. Never once and never will he be yours, you stuck-up, big-headed. She slams the controls, and the shields drop. She kicks the door open and slides down into the seat. She's small, the step up into the pod comes up to her thigh. I bite down on my tongue to stop anything else from coming out. Laughter or harsh words, only the moment will tell. She's right. Of course she's right. But that doesn't mean I have to like it. I punch the wheel and lean back in the seat. Do I go after her? I ask Shikamaru. Are you asking me? Because I have no clue what just happened. But if I had witnessed something, I would say just let her cool off, he replies nonchalantly. Thanks, Shika. I say, getting out of the HP. No problem. I'm the guy you go to when you want a suggestion but completely ignore it, he mutters. Hinata stands in front of her destroyed shop, a blank look on her face. The only sign of her sadness is a tiny tear that glistens on her cheek. It's not safe for you here, Hinata. We need to get you and your baby to safety, I say softly. I take her elbow and pull her back. Everything I ever had was here. Everything that marked my new beginnings is gone. My baby didn't even get to take his first steps in that shop. Sometimes I think I'm a curse. I don't deserve nice things. She turns and buries her face in my chest. I'm so sorry I said those things, Naruto-kun. I'm just not thinking right. I'm sorry, she apologizes. I grip her shoulders. Don't you ever be sorry, Hinata. The world doesn't deserve to see it. And the world cannot take your happiness away. You are not a curse. Everything you ever need is here. I point to her heart, and here. I point to her pile of blankets that coos happily and grabs my finger, holding me in place. Don't ever let anyone get you down, I encourage. Indeed, Hinata. But let's get you home. A stern voice orders from the opposite side of the road. Hinata tenses at the voice as I swivel around to get a good look at the man. When I see who it is, my testy insults and complaints fall away. Hayashi Huyga, proud and foreboding, stands eyeing us with a disappointed glare. Let's go, he signals his men forward and turns his back, not waiting to see what we say. Hinata. I turn to her. Her face twists into tense fury. Not as bad as when she was mad at Shikamaru, but still scary. This anger is more contained and cold. I fold my hands together to give her some space. Are you going to go with him? I ask. Of course, she answers tightly, her Huyga princess mode activated. She twists on her heel and marches toward the car her father entered. One last look in my direction gives me a tiny bit of hope. Thank you, Naruto-kun. You always know what to say. She looks past me and surveys the damage. Can I meet with Sakura in a couple of days? Of course. I jump at the inquiry. Thank you. She bows and slams the door shut. I think Hayashi is going to have a heart attack when he realizes his daughter won't be pushed around anymore. Hinata's POV, father's spotless and cold car, is a stark contrast to the dinged-up vehicle that Naruto and I had just been in. That is your child, my father starts. Wow, he actually acknowledged the child I carried for 9 months. Are Niji and Hanabi going to be meeting us at the Huyga estate? I question, ignoring my father's first statement. Boruto plays with a coil of my hair quietly. Every so often he yawns, almost falling asleep with his hand tangled in my hair. Just after they get checked up in healing beds, they will join us for dinner, he informs. I nod non-committally and stare out the window. The silence feels heavy as it draws from our opposite feelings. Hinata, your cafe was very successful. I was shocked. He interrupts the silence. I don't acknowledge him. I'm a disgrace. Look at me when I'm talking to you, he demands after a few tense seconds. Don't yell. My son is sleeping, father. You should know from experience that babies need at least 13 hours of sleep. I ask you to remain quiet while speaking to us, I reply coldly. He frowns and his eyes widen slightly, but other than that, he remains quiet. In a quiet, content state, I nod my appreciation and return to looking out the window. Towering skyscrapers with biohabitats dominate much of the skyline, and a few satellites are visible from our height. You aren't a child anymore. Your perception is undeniably charming, I scoff. What are your true intentions? You don't do things for free. What do you wish upon me? I get straight to the point. My father no longer scares me. I've faced a lifetime of fear in these past couple of months. Your attacker was Tonari Otsutsuki, I believe. I WHP my head around and stare at his blank features. There's a few more wrinkles on his forehead, and the frown lines are more prominent. The gray streaks in his hair weren't as bad from when I lived with him, and an ache seems to have settled over him. Still, a darkened lake gives more away than him. How did you know that? I whisper. We will talk more at dinner. He stares and turns away. Very well, father. If that's how you wish to play this game. If you insist. But I hope you have a high chair prepared. I smirk. I suppose you can't have any business associates over either. Wouldn't want to taint your business. It might just be the light, but to me, it looks like he gains another wrinkle as a sour look passes over his face. Of course, daughter. That's it, baby. Keep it up. I encourage Boruto as he pushes on his legs. It's tummy time, and I'm having the most joy lifting him up and trying to get him to balance. The concentration and determination shining through on his face is also highly amusing. Hinata. Big sister, where are you? Hanabi shouts. Where else does she think I am? I'm in my room. Stay here for 1 second. I order Boruto as I lay him on his back gently. I watch him for another half-second just in case he tries to roll away, but he remains in place, and I feel confident enough to leave him for a minute. I know I shouldn't, but there's really nowhere for him to go, and my security will alert me to any getaways he attempts. The long halls fill me with nostalgia as I traverse casually down them. Childhood memories of sneaking in and out of the rooms in case father decided to grace his presence out of his study and come seek us. He did a few times and he always caught us. He was stern, but we never got any horrible punishments. Maybe 6-year-old me would disagree with that statement, as he had a habit of taking away our dessert privileges if we had been naughty, but now it seems so frivolous and petty. Hinata, where are you? Hanabi echoes again. I run smack into her and clutch my head from the knock. Hanabi recovers quicker and jumps, wrapping me in a huge hug and smiling proudly. Oh Hina, I was so scared. I'm so happy you're back. She shouts. I giggle at her, she always was the brightest star. You afraid? I don't believe you. I tease. Of course I did, big sister. Even if it was only a year, nothing was the same without you. You should have seen father. He was acting all out of sorts too. She defends. Father. Out of sorts. I scoff. That man is cold and calculating. It's true. She exaggerates. Well, I don't believe it. I state. I just don't. I don't believe my father could be out of his ways. He's too determined, too unflinching. Where's Niji? Is he okay? I ask, changing the topic. He's still in the healing bed. He had worse injuries, but he'll be fine. She answers. Her lip trembles slightly, and I give her another hug for comfort. He's strong. He'll be fine. I assure her. Yeah, I know. We stay like this for a bit longer before my watch buzzes and I pull away. What's that, big sis? Hen asks. It would have been closing time at my shop. But well, for now my shop is closed indefinitely. I shrug. My emotions run much deeper than casual indifference, though. I built that place up from the shackles it was to a appealing, thriving shop that my son and I could enjoy. I never got to try one of your cakes either. Hanabi sighs. Want to go make some in the kitchen? She suggests, grinning. Are you sure? Every time we cook, it ends in undeniable disaster, but the end result is always yummy somehow. Just 1,000 times yes. Let's go. She grabs my hand and enthusiastically leads forward, but I dig my heels in and stop her from getting too far. What? She rolls her eyes. I need to go get my son. He loves baking with me. I inform her casually. Her mouth drops, and realization lights up her eyes. Yeah. Let's go get my nephew. She yells and starts running down the halls to my old room. Laughing, I run after her, causing servants to shove to the sides to avoid getting accidentally knocked over. I run straight into Hanabi, who's peeking into my room behind a narrow fraction of the door. I open my mouth to scold her, but she shushes me with a finger to her mouth and points to the door. At my shoo-shoo motion, she steps to the side so I can peek in. I cover my mouth with a hand to avoid squeaking in surprise as I watch my father interact with Boruto. The most sincere and wonderful face is pasted on my father's grinning mouth as he studies Boruto, who is trying to crawl to him. Since when could my father smile? And since when could Boruto crawl? I swing the door open on the stunned old man and walk in like I own the place I used to, so I have a lot of practice. Boruto suches direction to me as I crouch on the floor. Slowly, inch by inch, he touches my knee and grins. I giggle and pick him up, celebrating his next milestone. Good boy, Boruto. I'm so proud of you. I giggle. Yeah. He coos happily. Aw, he's so cute, Hina. Can I hold him? Please see. Hanabi begs. Of course. Carefully, I hand him over, making sure she balances him and has a perfect grip. Boruto is sitting up in her arms and reaching for her face. Hanabi grins radiantly at the attention and hasn't taken her eyes off him. Would you like to watch him for a bit? I ask her. Yes, please. She agrees enthusiastically. I smile and turn my back to her. Now for the challenging question. Father, I would like to talk to you. Right this instance. He asks gruffly, looking away from Hanabi and Boruto. My eyes narrow slightly. Just right now. I smile sharply. Fine. He agrees. Good, now to tell him to stay away from us. Hinata slips out of her room with a small smile, searching for her younger sister, who is happily shouting at the top of her lungs. Silly girl. I check the corridor one last time in case she comes back before entering her old room. It's bittersweet having her sneak around. Adorable that she sticks to her old ways, bitter that I was the one that forced that on her. I was wrong. I said it. It doesn't matter now. I need to tell her. Later. When she doesn't hate me. When I have the guts to face her. Hinata. Where are you? Hanabi shouts. It's driving me mad. This behavior is unacceptable. It doesn't matter right now. I'm going to see my grandson. The grandson I never wanted to exist at all. This is it. I'm going in. The door opens with a small creak. I haven't allowed anyone to come in here since I let my emotions get the better of me and kicked Hinata out. Her room is just as it always was. Softly lit with a golden glow from the fading sun, her lilac-themed room holds all the memories of her mother and sister, even some of my brother and Niji. A small array of plushies sits in the corner next to a shelf of books. Antiques that I would save for her birthday. I would gift them to her every year. At night, her mother would read them to her. Her favorites were Anne of Green Gables, The School for Good and Evil, and Twilight. All of them in peak condition despite the discontinuation of paper around 500 years ago. I step further into the room. It still smells like her mother's perfume from the time Hanabi, following their mother's passing, went a bit overboard and started spraying her mother's signature scent all over the house. I glance down at the purple carpet and inspect my grandson for the first time. He's practicing lying on his stomach and making small motions forward. According to the date, he's 3 months old, going on 4. Babies start crawling when they reach 6 to 7 months. Hanabi only got the hang of it when she reached 8 months old. Hinata had the capability to do it at 5 months, but she rarely did, opting to sit on my lap instead and play with my hair. How the times have changed. I crouch down to his level and gesture to him. His blue eyes sparkle, contrasting oddly with the room. He barely looks like a Huyga, but a tugging sensation in my heart urges me to study him again. Bright blue eyes shaped like Hinata's, a refined jaw, light skin, and a few blonde curls spilling from his hood. "Hello, child. I'm your grandfather," I introduce. The little one's eyes scrunch as he scrutinizes me. There we go. There's his Huyga side. "Come here." I gesture forward. He stares coldly for a second. It's absolutely adorable and terrifying at the same time. He's only 3 months old and manages a convincing glare. Slowly and carefully, he maneuvers himself into a sitting position, wobbling dangerously and nearly sending me into a panic as he teeters. He readjusts with his hands and finds his center of gravity. "Hello there." I smile. He lifts his hand to his face and cups his sky blue pacifier, eyeing me eagerly. "Are you going to come to your grandfather?" I ask. He takes his pacifier out and throws it straight toward my face. I catch it, but I'm left reeling from the shock of his aim. Definitely a Huyga. Definitely my grandson. No, but... He makes grabby motions for his little toy with a frown. "Okay, demanding little one." I hand it back to him with a stern frown. He lights up and giggles, placing a small hand on my cheek as I get closer. "Grandpa," he giggles. "Ugh, I have a headache that feels like it will last a century. My cousin got me intoxicated as I made my move. I don't even remember which substance he used, but he should know this. I will end him if he makes even the slightest move toward me. I can't stand Urashiki, and I don't care if he's my cousin. His removal would not weigh heavily on my conscience." Said cousin leans against the wall with a smug grin plastered across his face as one of the healers patches me up. That baby has power. And his mother, a beauty that should never have been bestowed upon the unworthy. Only my family has kept the line of pure chakra manifestations alive. Those others couldn't even be bothered cultivating a great gift given to the unworthy. That child does, and it's not even begun to blossom. "You really need to switch up your style, cuz," Urashiki smirks. My bad mood sours incredibly fast, draining my already low social battery. I hate that word. It's pathetic slang that adds nothing to the language. Ever say that again, and I will hang you in the streets so the mere pures can take from your husk, I growl. Oh, is someone salty his wannabe sweetheart doesn't want him? He continues his infuriating banter. Yes, and I will happily send you off a cliff. I see. Teleporter, dumbass. He smiles dangerously. The body disappears into a portal of pure chakra, and I roll my eyes in disbelief. So childish, cousin mine. I count down the seconds until I sense his body sneak up. 3, 2. Blasting him with pure sonic energy delights me. Telekinesis trumps teleportation, dipstick. I smirk. Why you JRK? He shouts, dusting himself off. Shut up. Our uncle yells, wine cup in hand and pink-painted nails, Ishiki Atsutsuki. Oh, give them a break, big brother. Uncle Mamashiki rolls his eyes. You always had to be the boss. Just be quiet for once. I watch the interaction distantly and realize how cliché our whole dynamic is. After my parents died, Urashiki introduced me to the main family, our history, and our potential. How cliché, we're a family mafia that's been hiding in the shadows, waiting for the right time to step in and eliminate the useless ones and keep the pretty ones. I don't care, as long as I get Ms. Hinata Huyga, they can go out and destroy as much as they like. The one problem is we need the chosen one. He, she, or they will rise up to our side and lead us. It's going to backfire so badly. My family is full of manipulative, self-centered, conniving individuals, and this chosen one from the 8 original clans is going to have one hell of a mess to manage when they come into power. Not to mention the one we suspect is just a child. This is all going to turn chaotic. Luckily, there are 2 ways for our prophecy to go. I'm honestly hoping for the second option. Naruto's POV. I take a sip of my whiskey. It burns all the way down and centers me. I turn back to my paperwork and frown. Shikamaru made me do the paperwork for Hinata's shop. As much as I want to help and trust me, that's a lot. I hate paperwork and have a headache from getting knocked into a table. Sighing, I lean back in my chair and check the time. 6:30. It's been an entire 5 hours since Hinata left with her father and child. I want to see her. Maybe I could call her. Would she pick up? Would I look like a stalker, as Sasuke accused me of? Yes, I would. That's not very romantic or a way to woo Hinata over. I don't think I should call her. You'll get wrinkles if you keep frowning, Sasuke comments from somewhere behind me. I sigh and huff loudly. I told you to stop doing that. He just appears in and out silently, making annoyingly true remarks that worsen my headaches. Whatever, team. He shrugs and leans against my desk. I return to the insurance forms on my telepad, pressing the keyboard with more force than the screen can probably handle. We wait in silence until one of us breaks the quiet. I do. I lean back in my chair after pressing send and look up at Sasuke. You're a vampire, dude. Go outside and get some sunlight. Now what do you want other than sunscreen? I'm busy. I grumble. Sarada's asking for Uncle Naruto, he replies, scrolling through his messages. And you want me to cater to your daughter's every whim. My eyebrow lifts in scrutiny. Having a daughter has changed him. Not enough to break his icy demeanor, but enough to show that he's really just a pushover for a 3-year-old. It's not like you've got your own child to deal with. He's with his mother and grandfather. Well protected and hidden from you, he replies offhand. I scrunch my eyes closed and rub my temples. She said I wasn't the father. Like she made that point really clear. A small tear slips out, and I quickly brush it away. Sasuke sighs and throws down his laptop in annoyance. Senator, replay the events of Wednesday afternoon, 5:20 this week. The screen shows the park highlighted with the glow of the sun and happy children playing, running, screaming, hugging parents, and such. If he's trying to make me feel better, it isn't working. The screen settles on Sarada on the swing, kicking up high and giggling. Next to Sarada on the ground is the outline of a woman holding something, perhaps a pet. With a simple white jumper and loose jeans, her hair is covered by a hood, but a few glossy strands of midnight blue escape in the light breeze. Hinata, my gut says. After a few more seconds of observing, Sasuke calls out to his daughter. Sarada responds, looking around and trying to spot her papa. Hinata stands up and slows the swing for Sarada, who eagerly jumps off and starts tugging Hinata over to Sasuke. Hinata has a surprised but accepting expression as the little girl effortlessly pulls her along. That girl has got strength. Daddy! Sarada's gleeful face runs into full view of the camera, blocking Hinata's face for a moment as the two unite. There you are, Sasuke announces happily. Daddy, this is Binta. Binta, this is my daddy, she introduces proudly. A slight bead of annoyance flashes in her eyes as she looks at Sasuke, but it softens quickly. Too quickly. I pout silently. Hello, Sasuke. How have you and Sakura been? She asks. Very well, thanks, he answers awkwardly, still reeling from the surprise of seeing her. Binta, he replies to her name, how have you been? Fine, thank you, she answers stiffly. A small hand reaches up, and a wailing noise quickly diverts her attention. Oh honey, what's wrong? She asks the bundled-up child. He quiets, but she still frowns. I'm sorry to leave, but I might have to go home. My son is very tired. She splits her attention. Wait, you didn't tell me you had a baby, and you haven't told me his name. Sarada throws her hands up and hugs Hina's leg with a pleading expression. No, I didn't, did I? I apologize, Miss Sarada, but I really must get going. She pets the little girl's head. What's his name first? And can I see him? Please. Sarada begs. Yes, what is his name? Sasuke asks. Boruto. Boruto Huyga. I must go now. Goodbye. She waves awkwardly and practically breaks into a run trying to escape. Papa, I want to meet Hinata's baby. Sarada crosses her arms angrily, so much like Sakura that it's uncanny. I do too. Shall we? He offers his arm to her, and they stroll over to where Hinata is struggling to fasten the seatbelt over Boruto. She's apologizing profusely to the kicking and screaming baby, almost in tears. Here, it can be tricky. Sasuke steps in, revealing his full face. Bright blue eyes, wavy blonde hair, 2 whisker birthmarks, and peach skin stare up quietly at Sasuke. Thanks. I should. Go now. Say bye, Boruto. Hinata flushes. Bah. He waves adorably. Senator, pause video. Sasuke's voice is barely legible as my thoughts race. That's my child, I state the obvious. How? But, what? I gasp. Sasuke rolls his eyes at my floundering. When 2 people love each other very much, I throw a cup of ramen at him to make him stop. Why did she never tell me? I whisper to myself. I think you know the answer to that, Sasuke replies. He straightens up and walks towards my office doors. I'll tell Sarada you're busy, he calls as he leaves. I can't believe it. I have a baby. That's it, come closer. I beckon the little Pikachu, who stubbornly watches me. He shakes his head and crosses his arms. Why is this baby so difficult? Just a moment ago, he called me grandpa. Now this. He's so much like his mother. Maybe I can bribe him. Do you want to go exploring? I suggest. His eyes widen with joy, and he falls forward on his hands, trying to reach me. The door opens with a loud crash, and Hinata walks in with a determined expression. My grandson giggles and changes direction, heading for Hinata, who crouches just in front of the door while Hanabi peeks around the corner like a child caught with her hand in the cookie jar. Hinata laughs and picks Boruto up, carrying him with ease and enjoying his company. The sight fills me with nostalgia for her mother. Atsuo was almost the exact same as Hinata, kind, compassionate, strong, and appealing. It makes it all the worse when I remember her loss, as Hinata is a mini replica of her, something my grief took advantage of. Boruto celebrates with her, making small tears pool at the corners of my eyes. I wipe them away quickly and silently watch my happy daughter and enthusiastic grandson play. Good boy, Boruto. I'm so proud of you. Hinata congratulates, spinning him around in joy. I remember doing that with her. She hadn't laughed as boisterously as Boruto, but her contentment was something I'll never forget. Yeah. He claps his hands together and joins in with her applause. Ah, he's so cute, Hina. Can I hold him? Please. Hanabi asks as she finally enters. Of course, Hinata readily agrees and helps Hanabi into a position where Boruto won't be hurt. Hinata assesses her little sister's actions with her child. Would you like to watch him for a bit? She offers. Yes, please. Hanabi smiles. I'm slightly disappointed. Will she not even offer to let me hold my grandson? I suppose I don't have the right. I continue examining my grandson and his joy, igniting a fire within me to protect him and prove that I'm the strongest, a feeling I haven't had in a long time. Father, I would like to talk to you. Hinata's serious demeanor comes to the forefront as she looks at me, her lilac eyes penetrating and examining every move I make. Right this instant. I scowl, noticing her anger. Her eyes narrow slightly, and a scowl tugs at her lips. Just right now. She smiles at the end, making the threat clearer. Fine. I relent. If I allow her this little talk, maybe I'll be allowed to watch over and care for the baby Pikachu. We walk side by side through the halls, our presence sending the maids running away, probably to gossip. I'll need to fix that immediately. Every so often, Hinata stops by the photo stands, contentedly flicking through the images pre-programmed there. At each stop, I wait in silence for her. She'll talk when she's ready. Actually, she'll probably scold when she's ready, the more likely of the two outcomes. We leave the estate and continue walking through the gardens. She leads us on an almost random path, but I know she has a secret garden here. I've known since she was 5. It's where she would go to hide. For me. At the secret entrance, I almost expect her to turn back, but she surprises me again, pushing past her secret garden and heading deeper through the maze of bonsai. I'm glad that, while we walk mostly in sync, she keeps herself slightly ahead, so she doesn't notice my reeling expression. It's a silent walk for another 2 minutes before we enter her mother's garden. I stop at the entrance, my lips trembling as I watch Hinata enter with such confidence. Calmly, she sits in the swinging porch chair and inhales the crisp air delicately, just like her mother. Flashback Hayashi is, come on Hayashi. Don't tell me your muscles are all for show. Atsuo giggles as she pulls me along. Still in her wedding dress, the evening light plays beautifully on her midnight blue hair. I can't help but admire my appealing wife. All mine. Father picked well. Atsuo grins as the wind picks up, blowing her hair around her ethereal face, making me light up. 18 and just married, my life couldn't get much better. She giggles and pulls me into the gardens that I designed just for her, tugging me onto the swinging seat. It rocks dangerously with her enthusiasm, and she playfully falls into my chest. I hold her closer and kiss her shiny lips, savoring the taste of her honey lip gloss. We stay content, lying in our own world, just us against everything else. As night begins to fall, she pulls me up, creating the smallest distance between us. I frown and try to tug her closer, but she holds up a finger and shakes her head. Ash, I have news for you, she starts. Oh, she used my nickname. What trouble has she caused? She smirks at my reaction and places her left hand over my cheek. Nothing bad, I pinky swear. Just listen-ish. I nod, biting my cheek in anticipation. Taking a deep breath, she looks me dead in the eyes and says 2 words that change my entire life. I'm P-Ardent. We remain still, absorbing the implications of life blossoming within her. She takes her hand off my cheek and nervously fiddles with her ring. What do you think? What do I think? I'm going to be a father. I lunge forward, grabbing her and spinning her around under the new moon at this amazing news. I'm gonna be a father. I shout. Atsuo laughs and wraps her arms around my neck. I pull her down and kiss her passionately. We're gonna be parents, she whispers against my lips. I'm so happy. 3 months later, Atsuo holds my hand in pain, tears streaming down her appealing face. I remain still and unflinching, simply watching her. I'm sorry, Mr. and Mrs. Huyga, but with the new medical advancements, women at the age of 18 or younger simply cannot conceive children. Anyone who tries has ended up in the same position you now face. I'm so sorry, I'll leave you be. The doctor closes the door softly, leaving us blanketed in sorrow. Atsuo, don't. She pushes my hand away. You heard what she said, it's not your fault. I try to console her, but inside, I break at the news. Stop. Just leave me and my misconceptions alone. She screams. Atsuo, I try to take her hand again, but she turns away, facing the wall. I'm sorry, sir, you can't stay here if you're going to cause her stress. It's not good for her body, especially after the MSU, a nurse says. I glare sharply at her. How can she tell me I can't stay with my wife? My wife and I just lost a baby. How dare she? I breathe deeply and look back at Atsuo, who doesn't even try to fight the nurse's instructions. Just leave me, Hayashi, she mumbles. I take a step back, shocked. Atsuo. No. Leave. She shouts. I stumble back toward the doors and start walking, my hands shaking and my mind racing. Atsuo doesn't yell. She isn't like this. But because of the emissary, my mind taunts. I find myself outside the hospital, sitting in a chair, my hands still trembling. I can't have sat here for more than 2 minutes, yet the sun has sunk, and the stars begin to twinkle in the night sky. To the heavens I look up. Never will my children go through that. Never will I endure the pain of rejection when my child cries out against the injustice of losing a life. I vow, I will never go through that again. Never, I promise. Flashback, and here we stand at an impasse. I didn't lose a child through her unknowing decisions. I lost another child due to my own selfish fear. And I don't know if I'll ever be able to get her back. Hinata's POV. My mother's garden was always a safe space for me. The resolute memory of her spirit always stayed embodied in this garden, leading me to feel comfort. Now, though, it leads me to turmoil. I always had a better time thinking here, whether about school, my crush, my dreams, or how I could improve myself to be more like my father wanted. But now my thoughts race in and out, scattering like smoke when I try to catch them. I bite my lip and focus on a single white rose. Mother's favorite flowers were roses, something bold and representative. Something so un-Huyga-like that I'm beginning to question if that was the main reason she liked them. I still remember helping her plant some of them. It was one of the few things that brought mother peace before the cell decay eventually took her. It could have been anything else curable: cancer, dementia, tumors. We have the technology, the medical breakthroughs, the money. But cell decay, an artificial virus released by an unknown terrorist group that wiped out over 50 million people in 2 days, we don't have the technology to combat it. In fact, it was thought to have just killed itself off. Not a single case documented in over 70 years, and yet it sprang up in her after Hanabi's 4th birthday. At first thought to be genetic, we were extensively checked and monitored for any foreseeable signs of the lethal virus, yet nothing transpired, making us the luckiest children in the world, claimed some scientist. If we were lucky, maybe I would have been taken out by that virus instead of mother. It would have made my father pleased. The weak link of our company tragically taken out by an antique disease. It would have brought the company fame, sympathy deals, and promoted all sorts of things. Hinata, stop crying. Talk to me, my father demands, uncaring of how I portray my emotions. I wipe my tears with my knuckles and fiddle with my fingers in hesitation. I was so mad, so angry at the injustice brought upon me by my father before we started walking here. Upon arriving, though, I realized I can't stay mad at him. His decision to kick me out has been a discovering phase, and I've learned so much about myself and what I can accomplish on my own that's helped strengthen my world. Thank you, Father, I say, not bothering to check his expression as I stand up to get a closer look at the roses. Maybe they'll smell like Mother's favorite perfume. I was angry. I was impulsive, and I was going to tell you to stay away from my child and me, but upon closer reflection, I've realized that if you like, maybe you would like to get to know him. I bite my lip at the lack of response and inhale deeply the scent of a single white rose, pure, sweet, light, and simply heavenly. Hinata, I'm sorry. I reel around in shock and stare at my father's remorseful face. I blink rapidly to adjust to the shock of hearing him admit he was wrong. Is he serious? No, not possible. He has a strict ban on substances like that. But for him, of all people, to admit that. Do you mean that? I stutter. He nods solemnly, a tiny crease of anxiety pinching his temple. Is it a bad time to ask for a hug? He asks. I back up and nearly fall into the bush of roses. He grabs my wrist to stop me from falling back, immediately dropping my hand when I'm steady. Hina, he questions. My head is spinning, my palms are sweating, and my vision is wavering. I do the smart thing and drop to the ground, tucking my head between my knees. Breathe, breathe. Just breathe, I chant to myself. A sturdy presence sits next to me and rests a hand on my back. Hinata, breathe, he commands. I giggle slightly at that thought, which turns into a hiccup. Before I know it, I'm having a full-on emotional outburst, crying and laughing while gasping for breath. Not a fun combo to try. It's hurting my chest and giving me a headache at the same time. Hina. My father asks worriedly. I uncurl from my tight ball on the ground and lie flat on my back, staring up at the rising dusk. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine, thanks. Been a stressful day, I murmur. Right. He clears his throat awkwardly, and we settle into a quiet peace, much nicer than the tense silence we had in the hoverport ride here. I hold my fingers in the air and count them. All 10 greet me, reminding me that this very scene is real and not some fantasy world. So, did you want to connect with your grandson? I mutter as the minutes tick by. Yes, I do. He lies down next to me, surprising me. If someone had told me this morning that I would reconcile with my father and we would be staring up at the stars, I would have asked them what they were on and left them to giggle in my room. I'll bet he'll be pleased to have a steady male figure in his life, I mumble. My father tilts his head and observes my composure. You aren't living with Boruto's father. No. I stand up and brush my uniform off. Right, I'm still in my Powerpuff Girls pajama briefs. Oops. My father contains a laugh, something I didn't even know he was capable of, and stands up, placing a hand on my shoulder. I'm proud of you, Hinata. He looks me in the eyes, so I know he's sincere. His expression darkens as he settles on a thought. And I know what you and Boruto went through, and I'm so sorry you had to experience that. I stare up at him, shocked. If he knows and hasn't said anything. How? I whisper. I always kept track of your whereabouts and the progress you made with that child. Of course I know about what transpired in the hospital. He pulls me into a hug and strokes my hair. I can't change my decisions of the past, but I promise to protect you too with everything in my power. I don't reply and bury my face in his robes, finally allowing myself to cry. If my father knows about our incident, then someone else must know too. I need to stop those rumors before they escalate. When we enter the estate, a feeling of foreboding settles in my stomach. Hannah! I shout. My little sister comes jogging around the corner, her hands raised in horror. Hanabi, what happened? Where's Boruto? I grab her trembling hands and pull her into a hug. I put him in the healing bay. She shivers. Hina, did you know? I pull away and sprint toward the healer bay, shoving past unsuspecting maids without a second thought. I need to get to Boruto, and the infirmary is on the other side of the estate. My heart pounds in my ears. Oh gods, please let the healing beds be off. Niji turns the corner, and I pivot on my toes to avoid crashing into him. The floorboards creak under his weight as he tries to keep pace with me. I don't care. I need to get to Boruto. The healing pods could harm him. The room is so close. It better not be locked, or I'll have to break the doors down, and I can't imagine how my father would react. Thankfully, the door isn't locked, and I shove it open with my shoulder. Boruto's cries are now clear, and I see him in the first healing bed, illuminated by the soft ultraviolet lights. The glass dome is active over him, and he's SCE down to his diaper, his small face bright red from crying. Baby, it's okay. Mummy's here. Don't cry. I shout, searching for the off SW. Niji grabs my wrist just as I'm about to hit the button, a perplexed look on his face. What are you doing? If he's in the bay, he needs to be healed. You can't just turn it off, he says. I pull my hand free and hit him lightly to deter him from stopping me. Watch me turn it off, Niji. His eyes widen as I press the off button, and the glass dome hisses open. I wait impatiently for it to fully open before taking Boruto out. A small trail of snot runs from his nose, and his eyes are red from crying. I slide his cheeks, trying to soothe him, but his pain doesn't fade. Shoo, I'm so sorry, baby. I know it hurts. I'm sorry. I kiss his forehead, and he grips my hair, holding me close. I sway us back and forth, knowing it might not help but needing to comfort my hurt child. Hinata, what's going on? Hanabi asks, incredulous at the scene. I glare at her, frustrated. Comforting my baby. What else? I reply, wiping the tears from Boruto's face. But Hinata, I was just trying to help. Hanabi defends, hurt. He's one of the impure. He needs help. My glare turns fierce. He doesn't need help, I say through gritted teeth. My son is impure, and he can't survive the healing process due to how they treat him. You almost harmed my son, your nephew. Father looks horrified, and Hanabi stares in fear. Don't ever do anything like that again without my permission, I order, marching past her. Sakura's POV. I go over Hinata's medical files for the 5th time that night, a slight headache nagging at my temples. Something about her situation isn't adding up. I bite the end of my pen, trying to organize the statistics logically. I know something isn't right, it's staring me in the face, but I just need to find the right piece to make sense of it all. Don't overwork yourself, baby, Sasuke murmurs by my ear. I jump in surprise, and we bump heads, squeaking apologies. He holds my shoulders down and looks me in the eye. I squirm uncomfortably, my cheeks burning from our contact. Even after 3 years of marriage, he still makes my stomach flutter and my cheeks blush. He gently lifts my chin, holding me close, our lips just millimeters apart. Relax, my appealing. His cool words send shivers down my spine. I place my hands on his cheeks, pulling his forehead to mine for a quick kiss before turning away. Thanks, honey, but I really want to get this done. It's important to me. I insist, fiddling with my ring to release some of the tension building inside me. He sighs in annoyance. You're not getting rid of me that easily. He declares before grabbing my waist and pulling me into his lap. What about Sarada? I exclaim. He should be watching over our daughter instead of distracting me. Sleeping, he shrugs. Art. What are you working on? He asks after a few moments. For a man of few words, my husband sure knows how to talk when he wants. Just going over Hinata and Boruto's files. There's something about his BRH that I don't like. I mumble. I can feel his eyebrow rise. I turn around and lightly hit his chest. Not like that. I'm thrilled that Hinata has a child. But something's tugging at my instincts that his BRH wasn't right. That's the best way I can explain it. What evidence do you have for this? He asks, getting straight to the point. That's my husband. Well, he was born March 27th, right? According to the date that Hinata and Naruto broke up, it was July. So he should have been born in April instead. Yes, babies can be conceived earlier, but we need to call Naruto. I need to know if Hinata was experiencing any common symptoms of PRGNCY, and unfortunately, the only one who can tell me is Naruto. Hinata POV, not much further, honey, I console Boruto. In reality, he's actually asleep, thank goodness, and I'm saying this to myself to reignite some hope. I take a deep breath before stepping into the elevator to the 6th floor of the shopping court. The other passengers cast me dismissive looks as I step in with Boruto. His small hand curls tighter around my hair, an adorable but painful habit of his. I like to imagine it's his way of saying he won't lose me. Another passenger bolts in, huffing as the doors close. He has a set of twin red marks on his cheeks that actually look quite cute. This time, the people inside the elevator scowl. One of the elder ladies hisses at his presence, and a bulky man steps forward before the young man can even speak. Get lost. Your dirty travel way is that way, he grunts, pointing toward a staircase. I've never actually seen anyone use the staircase in my life. Please, I just need to buy a new folder. Mine got broken, and I have some very important files that can't get wet, the young man begs, looking up at the dark clouds settling over the city. I said get out now or I'll break your face, the bulky man threatens, rolling up his sleeves. Please, that's it? The man pulls back his fists, preparing to strike. I grind my teeth together and step in front of the unfortunate man. Before he can swing, I paralyze his arm with a quick palm strike. It hangs limp by his side before I initiate a 2-strike set to his neck, effectively taking him down. I look at the stunned people in the elevator, disgusted by their lack of regard for someone's life. You should all be ashamed of yourselves. How would you like it if you were about to be punched with no one willing to stop the violence? I turn to the young man and smile. Hi, are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine, thank you. He glances around at the people in the elevator. I think I'm going to take the stairs, get my cardio in. Sounds like a good idea. I agree, taking his outstretched hand and stepping quickly out. We walk across to the stairs hand in hand, receiving odd stares from those who watch the argument and some unfriendly glares directed at him for his tattoos. I'm Kiba, by the way, Kiba Inazuka, he introduces himself as we ascend the stairs. Hinata Huyga, and my son, Boruto Huyga. I have no right to feel this comfortable around him, but there's a joyful air to him that makes me trust he won't harm us. Cute, he says, waving at my son's sleeping form. You have some pretty impressive moves there, Ms. Hinata. The way you handled that guy was incredible. Self-conscious, I tuck a strand of hair behind my ear. Oh, it was nothing. You don't need to praise me for it. He raises his eyebrow playfully, making me giggle. If you hadn't been there to stop that man, my face would have been a mess before someone tossed me out of this building. I pretty much owe you my life, he argues. I stop laughing and cuddle Bolt closer, remembering how they tried to make him fly. It didn't work well. It's not a problem. I'm sure if the situation were reversed, you would have done the same for me, I shrug. Oh, you're one of the lucky ones. Your mark, he whispers, leaning in, is hidden. You can keep it concealed. Actually, no. I grin at his skepticism. My baby boy. He's an impure. Oh, he shrugs. You're one of the nice moms who don't send their kids to adoption centers if they show any of our marks. He whistles cheerfully. I stop in my tracks, staring at him in disbelief. Kiba-kun, that's horrible. Don't act like you don't care. It clearly hurt you, you don't have to be the tough guy all the time. I try to persuade him, racing after him. Why do stairs hurt so much? My arms are sweaty, my thighs are burning, and I have this incessant fear that one wrong move could lead to disaster. My breathing is ill-bred as I keep pace with Kiba, who seems to do this every day. Oh, he probably does. I place a hand on his arm to slow him down, and he sighs, turning to face me fully. I have to be the fun guy. Otherwise, I'm nothing but a disappointment. There's no in between. That's not true. There's so much to you, Kiba-kun. Don't get down about your marks. Besides, impure marks simply translate to the awakened power you have. Don't give up. I insist. He sighs in defeat. Yes, my fair lady. Anything you say is my command. He mock salutes. I tilt my head to the side, giving him my disapproving mother look. He sighs and hooks a hand around my waist. Your wish is my command, he says playfully. I mutter under my breath, Boruto, don't you dare turn out like Kiba-kun. You'll give me gray hairs before I'm 30. Hinata POV, Ms., you need to push, the doctor calmly orders me. All I want to do is scream, why don't you try this, at her, but my efforts are waning. I close my eyes tight and scream as another contraction hits, the intense pain making me cry. We're nearly there, Miss, keep it up. Your child's nearly out. Just get out. I scream to my child as the pain increases. Get out. Ms., would you like the father in here, the doctor asks. Father. I giggle even though it hurts to breathe. No. Baby doesn't have a father, I mutter wearily. Okay, that's fine. Ms. Huyga, push. Final time. In brutal agony, I push, knowing I can't do any more after this. It's too painful and I'm bone tired. Get the child. The doctor orders the MDWF. I sink back into my pillows, feeling a weight leave them. Through my confusion, I realize there's no baby crying, just confused shouts. Breathing deeply, I open my eyes and sit up. One of the nurses is holding him up, shrieking. Give me my baby. I order through cracked lips. Disgusted, the MWF hands him over like he's a disease, her face full of hate glaring at us. Fiercely protective of my newborn, I wrap him in a blanket to keep him warm. Ms. Huyga, we need to do a checkup on him. May we please take him? The doctor asks calmly. My arms wrap around him tighter. What are you going to do to him? I hiss. Nothing bad. I promise we won't treat him differently here. We just need to do a few standard checks, she assures me. I nod, recognizing the sincerity in her words, and carefully hand him over. Thank you, Miss. Do we have a name? She questions, placing him in a crib. Bolt Yuzuhiko Huyga. I answer tiredly, burying myself under the thin hospital covers. Okay, the name of the second parent. She continues as a male doctor comes in and takes Boruto away. Where's he going? I panic. Tests, nothing to worry about. Just the regular checks for diseases, genetic conditions, BLD type, and to test his immunity, she explains. I nod. Name, she prompts. Naruto Uzumaki. Her eyes widen as she types it up. Okay then. That should have been obvious actually, she chuckles awkwardly. Too tired to engage, I bury into the covers. Okay, one last question and the rest is all yours, she says. Do you want to stay overnight? Yes, please, I whisper. Okay then. Everything checks out, I'll leave you be. My eyes close before she even shuts the door. The door opens with a loud bang, and I jolt up from my position. Wearily, I rub my eyes and stare at my visitor. A tall man with burnt coffee skin, 3 red star tattoos atop his shaved head, a form-fitting suit, and dark glasses stands before me. Ms. Hinata, we've been sent here to see you home. His deep baritone voice echoes in the room. I adjust my eyes and notice it's a different room. A large glass window looks into the nursery where 3 babies are stationed. My little one is closest to the window, and I can just make out the tufts of his gold hair. By who? I ask sharply. We cannot disclose that information, he replies in a monotone voice. Well then, I'm not going with you, I declare, feeling a surge of protectiveness. I have just given Bardh to an incredible, appealing child, and I'm exhausted. My steady gaze barely makes the man twitch, but I can sense the fear beneath his calm exterior. Please, Ms., I don't have all day, and your son doesn't either, he says, sending shivers up my spine. What? I stammer. I hope it's not too late, Aura. He doesn't finish his sentence as a hole is blown through his head, and his body falls to the ground. The thud jolts me out of my daze, and I face the assailant standing calmly at the door. Who are you? I whisper, wiping a tear from my cheek. My hands shake as I try to steady myself. He was trespassing, ma'am. I and several others have warned this man repeatedly not to come to this hospital. It's his own fault. I'm just sorry that I didn't get to witness his expression, the man says calmly. Oh, okay, I mumble, finally managing to wipe my tears away, revealing bright crimson on my hands. We'll get this cleaned up in about 20 minutes. Have nothing to worry about. My security team is here to keep the purest of our society safe, he assures me. I nod, unable to speak through the shock. Be careful out there, I know what it's like raising children, and the laws around the dirty impures are getting too loose. If it were up to me, I'd just send in the kill order. I stare at him in disgust. Thank goodness you're not in charge, I think. He sneers and kicks the man on the ground. Unlucky bastard. Impure in all ways. He holsters his gun and leaves me alone with the dead body and my baby. I climb out of bed and approach the body, blood pooling around it. I crouch down and rest my hands against his shoulders, noticing years of scars peeking out from under his shirt. On his wrist is an ID bracelet. With calm hands, I undo it to read his credentials. I know his death will already be registered in the Societe, an AI system that tracks people and their conditions. I tuck the bracelet into my pocket as collectors arrive with a body bag and scanner. I lock eyes with them, 2 women with tired expressions. Ms., you didn't see anything. Got it. The larger one says. My eyes widen, but I nod meekly and step aside. Just shut your eyes and sleep, lady. This happens all the time. There's no need to freak, the slimmer one explains as she removes his possessions. It happens all the time. I think it's time for us to leave, Boruto. I stand quietly, reflecting on the man who tried to save us. He was a person who wanted to help me and my child, someone who wanted to protect us. In silent tribute, I cry for him, whose attempt to save me led to his death. Boruto, it won't be like this. I swear on all things good. It won't be, baby. I make a promise to myself. I never go back on promises. Kiba is rowdy and amusing, yet nurturing and protective. Even as Boruto sleeps, Kiba is full of energy, expressing his joy through loud motions and grins. He's a nice distraction. At every stop, he insists on holding my bags, claiming, "My hands are already full." He's not wrong, but I feel bad. Those bags can get heavy. We can go get your briefcase, Kiba-kun. You don't have to wait for me, I suggest as I gather Boruto's clothes. Oh no, Hina. It's fine, he grins. I shake my head and lead the way to the stationery and bag section of the mall, confident we can find something affordable and good quality. So, Hina, if you don't mind me asking, what's a pretty girl like you and her adorable baby doing out here all alone? He questions. I don't feel threatened, just flustered by his kind intentions. Well, you see, I recently moved in with my family because there was an accident at mine, and my father wanted me and Boruto safe, I stutter. Why are my cheeks so red and my words so jumbled? Only Naruto could make me feel this way, and now it's happening with a stranger. Oh Kami, help me please. I pray in my head. Boruto mumbles sleepily. Thank you, Kami. Hey Bubba, how was your little sleep? I giggle at his confused face as he examines our surroundings. He states suspiciously at Kiba before giggling. Am I Ra? Kiba points to himself, confused. Bolt, this is Kiba-kun. Kiba-kun, this is my son, Boruto, or Bolt if that's easier to remember. I introduce the two of them. Kubut. He tries to sound it out. Yay man. I'm Kubut, Kiba says happily, wiggling his fingers at Boruto. My son tries to reach Kiba's wriggling hands, his mouth turned up in concentration. I grin at his antics. Well then Kubut, it's nice to meet you. So, what type of folder do you need? I ask, gesturing to the store. He blinks upon realizing and winks at me before entering. Thanks, pretty girl. You've definitely saved me from that sack of meat on legs and those others, he shudders. Wanna come in with me? I might need to be saved again. Is he flirting with me? No, but maybe. Besides, my heart belongs to Naruto. I really have to get over him. He hates me and by extension, his own son. I can't keep going on like this. Either confess or let go. Oblivious to my inner turmoil, Kiba watches as my face turns redder. Hey, you okay, pretty Hina? He asks, concerned. Ma. Boruto taps my shoulder to get my attention. Ma. He shouts. A lightning sensation tingles up my arm, and my hands stand on end. Elemental Chakra 2. Kiba gasps in surprise as the mini bolts play on his hand, lighting the place with a pretty blue glow. ODMN. Kiba shouts. My eyes widen, and I rush forward, placing my palm over his mouth and pushing him into the shop. He stumbles back, but I don't falter as I try to find a secluded area to keep this conversation quiet. Hina, he forces out through compressed lips. Not here, I hush him. Yagu. Boruto agrees with me. Kiba, doe-eyed and skeptical, silently acknowledges it as I push him down a deserted corridor. I take my palm off his mouth and hover my fingers close enough to quiet him if he starts shouting. We stand in a quiet showdown watching each other. A baby, and that display of power. He mumbles. I have to lean in closer to hear his barely coherent sentence. My baby is very special, I affirm. Boruto's small fist grasps my index finger in support. No kidding, Hinata, he grumbles, studying us. His powers shouldn't start manifesting until he's at least 4. Your baby doesn't look 4. Well, thank you, Captain Obvious. Yeah, he's just different, I guess. He came into his power a few hours ago, I shrug. Kiba's eyes widen in astonishment. What? He yells. I hurriedly clamp my hand over his mouth, but the damage is already done. Hinata. Hinata, is that you? Comes Ino's cheery voice. See, I whisper, rubbing my temple with one hand. Who's that? Kiba asks, eyeing the gorgeous blonde girl skipping toward us. Hinata. What are you doing here? Ino questions, and who is he? She wrinkles her nose at Kiba and PPS her head at our position. Hello, Ino-san. This is Kiba-kun. Kiba-kun, this is Ino Yamanaka. I awkwardly introduce the two glaring parties. Is that so? Ino blinks her enlarged eyes and stretches her already wide smile. Yes, I frown. Why is she acting like this? Well, that's nice, Hinata. How about we have lunch to celebrate this wonderful coincidence? She claps cheerfully. Oh, it's 9 o'clock at night, highlights. What are you even doing here? Kiba stands tall, dwarfing me. What does it look like, Fleabag? I'm shopping for Inogen and Sai. My family. Do you even know what that is? She doesn't let him answer before finishing her next sentence. I didn't think so. Now why don't you scurry off to your cave? Oh. Hey guys, stop it. There's no need for this, I interrupt, stepping into the middle of the conflict. Kiba-kun, you'll need to get your bag and folders, remember? Ino, why don't I help you shop for them? That sounds good, right? I try to play peacemaker. But pretty Hina, I love that idea. Let's do that. She grabs my wrist before I can object and pulls me along. Ino, wait, Kiba has my purchases. I say, digging my heels in. She rolls her eyes. Go get them then before that dog decides to steal anything. Ino, that's enough. Kiba is my friend. You shouldn't be so rude, I scold her. She sighs and shakes out her hair. Kiba and I have history, Hinata. You wouldn't understand. But go get your bags, she says, tapping her hand against her arm before lowering her head. Tell him I'm sorry, though, if he'll listen. There's no need, Hino-san. I heard everything, Kiba says icily, coming around with a fresh bag and a scowl. It softens when he suches his gaze to mine. I'll be seeing you again, right, pretty Hina? Because, you made me feel safe, he mutters the last part before dashing off. Demon, I actually really miss his company. Ino watches with cold skepticism. You shouldn't trust him. Let's go shopping, she squeals. I sigh and rub my forehead. I can't keep up with this girl. I look back to Boruto to check on him. High emotional scenarios tend to freak him out, and as much as I shouldn't be doing this, I really want him to go back to sleep. I sigh in content when I realize he is, in fact, asleep. Come on Hina, shopping. Ino cries happily. Any lingering mood over Kiba has dissipated, leaving a lingering confusion about the situation. I decide to leave it out of the conversation for now. She'll tell me when she's ready. Ino isn't the best at keeping things to herself. Sakura's POV. Sasuke finishes kissing my neck, leaving me breathless. So, Cherry Blossom, how would you rate your experience? He asks. I tap my chin in thought, pretending to second-guess my wonderful experience. You would say. Sasuke urges, his hand firmly clasped on my hip, pulling me closer. His husky voice fills me with pleasure, and I giggle. Wonderful, dear husband. Wonderful. I grin against his broad chest. Good. I aim to please. He nods and cuddles against my body. After a moment I sigh, are you sleeping? I'm trying to, wife. Now hush, baby. Early work day tomorrow, he says lazily. Make sure you say goodbye to Sarada then. She gets sad when her papa forgets about her. I say, stroking his long hair. He stiffens slightly but nods. I close my eyes peacefully against him, feeling loved, protected and calm. My husband is here, my daughter is 4 rooms down, my friends are all happy with their lives. My contented buzz fades. Poor Hinata. We never meant for this to happen. Sure, we had a few disagreements when we were young, but it was never meant to end up like this. Hinata may have been 4 years younger than the rest of our group and had a harder time being social, but she was always a good friend to me. Sasuke's breathing deepens into a steady rhythm, making me feel content enough to leave him be. I slip on my pink robe in case the little one decides to run out for an early morning cuddle. Senator, turn on the coffee machine, I order. I'm going to be up for a while now, no doubt. Lady Uchiha, how many cups? It replies. 2, extra caffeine in each. Make the second one half full, I answer as I log onto my telepad. The tech awakens and I yawn, stretching out my back. The coffee machine dings just as the entrance pod opens, signaling my guest has arrived. Hi Lady Tsunade, please make yourself comfortable, I call out as I pour a generous portion of sugar in my cup. Hey Cherry. Got the spirits in my cup. My mentor questions from the couch. Of course. Cammy knows we'll need it, I grin, passing her the cup. She chugs 3/4 of the steaming brew down before handing a hard drive to me. Now Sakura, don't get reckless with this, okay? I had to break a lot of laws to get this thing. Don't be an idiot. Got that? She stares down at me. I grin and nod at her tough attitude. Of course, ma'am. Now, where did you say the records were from? I ask, resuming my seat. The Purity Conservation Center. What a perfect place, she scowls. I sigh into my cup. It's all about being pure. You're only considered important if you can take orders or summon your magic. Naruto Tsunade, and I each have our own levels of control over our awakened chakra. Others have no control whatsoever, and the curse marks can lead them to become unstable. Many have been brutalized and tormented because of their unfortunate circumstances. My husband and the other lords have been attempting to limit the segregation and abuse of our fellow citizens. There's something very unique about what happened a few hours after Boruto's Biarch, though. Lady Tsunade interrupts my thoughts. Oh, what happened? I question, fiddling with the small drive. There was an impure man who was shot, she states with a furrowed brow. That's not really out of the ordinary, Lady Tsunade. I roll my eyes. Our kind is always being hurt in quiet ways. He was shot next to the nursery and his ID was removed. She hashes out the details with a detached tone, but I can tell she's secretly simmering. And next to the nursery. I gasp. His BLD spattered on the window. It upset all the newborns in there. To us. Distressing when the body was missing, she relays. Oh, Cammy. I clutch my cup tighter, grasping at straws. Who could have done this? Why was his ID removed? I ask, confused. Don't know, Cherry. Why don't we take a look? She grins. Sounds like a good idea, I reply, connecting the hard drive to the port. Of course it's a good idea. It's my idea, Lady Tsunade whispers under her breath. I don't respond and lightly skim through the dates. Last year, March 27th. Estimated time of 3 p.m. onwards, Lady Tsunade guides. I type in the date on the holographic display, my brow furrowed in deep thought. That particular date was just 4 days before Sarada's 3rd birthday. There are feeds running from 12 a.m. back to back. I click on it and slowly wind it up about an hour. At 7:40 a.m., a commotion at the door is revealed. A hoverport pulls into the ambulance station, disturbing several pedestrians and the receiving nurses. Dr. Shizun rushes out, clipboard in hand, accompanied by several security officers. 2 men exit the front with panicked expressions, their hands raised. The back of their necks and faces have extensive markings, their tattoos green and highlighted slightly by purple. Please help us. She's giving B and she's in pain. The man on the right sentence is cut off by an echoing scream from the depths of the hoverport. Quickly, get her out, Dr. Shizun orders the security. Tell me everything now. She calls in for a MDWF section to be set up. A woman in her late 50s is pulled from the hoverport along with a crying Hinata, who is clutching her stomach in pain. I'll carry her. Jude, you deal with this, the man on the left says, picking her up easily as if she were a child. Follow me, Shizun instructs, chasing after the other man. Enzo. Gentle with her. Jude yells. Enzo slows his pace as a stretcher is brought out, but the twisted agony on his face never dissipates. Come on, Chibi-hina, Enzo coos, everything is fine. Your baby is fine. It's okay. Shut up, Enzo. Hinata cries, gripping his hand tightly. Sorry, Hina, he apologizes, wincing from her grip. We should skip this part. We already know her baby is impure, I suggest to Lady Tsunade. I have seen many women give Biartich, but this feels too intrusive. When Hinata wants to tell us, she will. Fine. But skip to where Shizun is questioning her, Tsunade compromises. I nod and skip 4 hours. Hinata is lying back on the pillows, a gentler expression on her face as she tiredly answers Shizun's questions. Where's he going? She jolts up as a male doctor starts carting away the newborn. Tests, nothing to worry about. Just the regular checks for diseases, genetic conditions, BLD type, and to test his immunity, she replies evenly. Hinata calms and watches him go. Follow that baby. We don't need to watch Hinata sleep, Tsunade says, bolting up. I scramble to follow her instructions, startled by the sudden change in demeanor. Walking through the halls, I stop as I enter a room set up like a lab from the early 2000s. The doctor gently places the sleeping baby on a mattress. Another nurse enters, her expression scowling. Another impure. I don't understand why we let them live, she complains loudly as she prepares the needles. Because we're in a new day and age. Besides, we have a couple of impure lords on the council overseeing our districts, so we might as well not complain. Who knows how many spies there could be? The male replies. My knuckles tighten, and the tea in my cup has gone cold. How long is his life expectancy? The female questions, snapping on gloves. About 10 to 16 years. And that's if he doesn't get jumped or experimented on before then, the male replies calmly. Prepare the subject for BLD analysis 23 in 30 seconds. The female gently lifts the baby's hand out of the blankets. His still pink hand grabs hold of her, and her expression changes from scorn to adoration as she handles the child with care. BRTH 1849, at 1,316 hours, beginning BLD analysis at 1,318 hours, she speaks into a recording device. The male doctor injects the needle and fills half of the syringe before taking it out, and the female quickly covers the broken skin with a bandage. The baby barely stirs, only opening his blue eyes to observe the world around him. After a moment, he decides it's boring and closes his eyes, sticking a thumb in his mouth. He's so cute, I gush. His hands are practically as big as his cheeks, covering the small tattoos on his face. Lady Tsunade stays quiet, perhaps due to the alcohol taking effect. BRTH 1849, analysis complete. Susceptible to cold symptoms, susceptible to chickenpox, susceptible to dehydration virus. Carrier and immune to dehydration virus. Condition prevents him from using healing beds. Seems to be conceived in July, but a trigger from the mother's DNA has expedited his BRTH. Lucky to be alive. His mother appears to be a genetic anomaly, capable of withstanding the virus. More tests will need to be conducted. Complications with the child are inconclusive. No foreseeable allergies or intolerances. The child has a different genome likely from the mother's DNA. The mother, although influenced by the RP prevention drag, has given BRTH at 16, unheard of. This increases the baby's chance of living by 67%. Assistant Nurse Chernobyl attaches ID gram and we can return him to the nursery. Yes, Dr. Hiromi. Nurse Chernobyl nods and gets to work. I click the video paused and fall back on the cushions. Holy cow, Tsunade swears in surprise. The prevention drag was introduced in 2038. It was meant to prevent children under the age of 18 from conceiving if someone had ever taken advantage of them. Eventually, the drag evolved and became part of our genetic makeup. Hinata is only 16. How is this possible? Sasuke and I almost had a child then, but obviously, the drag rejected the FTS, and I was too afraid to have SEC for another 2 years. But Hinata, how is this happening? I knew something was wrong with the baby. I knew something was wrong with Hinata. I was right. Holy cow is right, I repeat. Mama, that's a naughty word. Sarada shouts from her door. Caught in the act, Sarada runs down the hall excitedly and launches into my lap. Curiously, she observes Lady Tsunade. Hey, Granny. Why are you here? She questions. Hello, Sarada-chan. I'm here to visit your mummy. Why don't you go see if your daddy is awake? I'm sure he'd love to play with you. Tsunade effectively dismisses Sarada in a calm way. Hold up, why are you awake, Sarada? It's 9:30, I scold her. No reason, Mama. I go see Papa now. She squeaks and runs away. I shake my head and frown. Sakura, is that my godson's child? Tsunade asks, her voice cold and demanding an answer. I nod my head without looking up and fidget with my hands. That's Naruto's kid. Right? She replies quietly. I'll be going now. She gestures for the drive. Reluctantly, I hand it to her. Have a good night, Lady Tsunade. Please don't get drunk. I chant silently. She doesn't respond and gets up with purpose. Oh no, she's going to cause trouble. Boruto will never get to meet his father now. Senator, call Naruto. Tell him good luck. I sigh and head back to my room after Tsunade takes the exit pods. Sarada is practicing tying up Sasuke's hair as I plop onto the bed. Sleep time, Sarada, I tell her. Okay, Mama, she agrees, laying in the middle of us. I slide her hair and silently think, thank Kami for the life I have. Please help Hinata, Kami. Tonari's POV. She's left the Huyga estate. Gonna go get your woman. Urashiki goads. If you don't want to, I will. I smack him across the face. Respect her or else, Urashiki. I don't particularly care. Geez, someone needs to lighten up, he retorts, but before he can finish, I wrap him in a chokehold of pure telekinetic rage. He fights against the invisible grip as his face turns pale. A savage satisfaction runs through me, though I keep my face emotionless. You look like you're in trouble, I comment. His uniform is covered in dust and a few pieces of debris. There was a minor problem when attacking the Yamanaka convoy. They got away, but I got something better. He grins crazily. I await his finishing statement, but it never comes. Whatever, I shrug after a moment. Urashiki, be quiet. A painful rack of coughs fills the room, and I know he's purposely making it loud. Tonari, your spy has arrived. Kinshiki, my uncle, informs me from the doorway. In his hand is a cleaver stained with Bieldu. Where is he? I ask. Outside the witness room. Him and his sidekick, Uncle Kinshiki replies. I nod and take off. My spy better have good information. I want my Hinata. Her Huyga BLD son wouldn't be a bad addition either. Naruto's POV. My concentration is shattered by loud stomping from my lobby. I'm not expecting anyone, so who could it be? The footsteps are too close together to be Jiraiya or Sakura. Not Sasuke either. His footsteps are light. The answer presents itself as a bottle is thrown at my head. I scramble and duck underneath my desk as the bottle and its contents fly around the room. You idiot, Naruto. You got a girl PR gin and tea. You're 21. That girl did not need the extra weight. I'm gonna kill you. Granny Tsunade screams. I cover my head with my hands, staring up at my furious godmother. Please don't kill me. I beg, throwing my hands up in surrender. Too late. She shrieks, her voice echoing like a banshee. I shove away from the desk as she rips it in two and sprint to the side, running to the opposite wall. I made a mistake, though. I never meant for it to happen like this. I duck as my office chair comes flying toward me. Granny's been drinking again. Oh, you made a mistake, did you? You were with Miss Huyga for 4 months, broke up with her the same day your mother was murdered and your father assassinated, and conveniently never thought about using protection. Yes, you made a mistake. Because of you, she will be hunted. She will be tormented. Death threats daily. Her child, your child, will constantly be put through hell. You fool. She grabs my shoulders and shakes me roughly before picking me up by the armpits and hurling me into a wall. I lay there, exhausted and terrified, analyzing her harsh words. She's right, of course. Hinata faces threats. I've seen it happen. She confirmed it in a fit of anger, and I didn't do anything about it but make empty promises. I'm so sorry, Hinata, I whisper, lying on the floor. Hinata isn't here. She's with her baby and the Yamanaka girl at the shopping center. There's no point in trying to justify yourself to empty space, Tsunade growls angrily. Granny, what can I do to fix this? I whimper, sitting up properly. Well, first of all, you can stop being such a coward and help Hinata raise my grandkids. Next, you're going to clean up your apartment because I know you haven't touched that in months. And last but not least, you're going to stick by her side, stick by the baby's side, and try to do your best under pressure. She dispenses advice like liquor. I gulp and nod. But what if I'm not good enough? I question. Look, if all else fails, just don't go get milk. Stay in the house and try to correct your mistakes. That's your way, isn't it? Never giving up. Well, here's your chance. Don't give up, she says. Okay, Granny. I smile weakly, my mind racing with a million thoughts, but one sticks out in particular. Why would I go get milk? I don't even like milk. I complain, sticking my tongue out at the thought. It's an expression. And before you ask, yes, I'm still angry, but you need to step up now, so no, I can't murder you. Yep. She shoos me from my office with a quick scathing look. I head home first. I'll start cleaning up, and then in the morning, I'll ask Hinata and Boruto over. I scratch my head in thought, why would someone buy milk? Is that what my father did? Dad didn't really like milk either. He liked orange juice, though. A ding on my watch distracts me. It's Sakura. What's she doing up at 9:45? She should be sleeping. It says, good luck. She's a little late with her wishes, but I'm lucky I'm not dead right now. Tonari's POV. His name and his accomplices stand shoulder to shoulder, tensely gazing into the interrogation room. Their faces are drawn in unrest, and they keep fidgeting. The minor movements are getting on my nerves, but I don't comment on it. Simply knowing they're afraid gives me leverage. What information do you have for me? I ask, strolling into the room. It better be good and produce new leads. I won't be happy if you don't, and then who knows what will happen to dear Mumsy. I smile detachedly. It's their fault for allowing such valuable assets to walk around unprotected. Next time, be more careful, and you won't end up in this position. One of them makes a low growling sound in his chest like an animal, and I scoff. An electric device flies from the wall into my hands, and I brandish it in a bored manner. It won't take much, a swing here, a little chop there, and their secrets will spill faster than water off a waterfall. But alas, I'm doing things traditionally by bargaining. It's tiresome and I grow bored of the practice, but that's how I must play the game. I want a month off first, he bargains. No. I take a sip of my drink and raise a questioning look at the boy before me who asked such a silly question. Today, my information is vital to you. If you don't take it seriously, then it's not my fault. You and all your family can. A hand wraps around his mouth before he can finish his pathetic excuse for a threat. Don't insult them, idiot. We're trying to survive. He leans closer to his friend, thinking I can't hear their loud conversation. Don't lose your temper. You're doing this for your mum and sister. Just relax for now. How touching. He's a mama's boy. I'll torture her first. Maybe remove a leg. Or her tongue. Yeah, maybe I'll get Kinshiki to remove her tongue. She talks too much, just like her son. And besides, it's not like a handicapped person won't look suspicious. Nobody cares about them. But they will. One day soon. Then they can bow or die. No middle ground. I want information on Hinata Huyga. Give it to me now. This is my last time asking nicely. Next time, I won't be so forgiving. I press a button on the gadget board, removing the opaque screen to reveal the interrogation room. My spy's mother is restrained on the table, surrounded by medical equipment, heavily sedated and unlikely to wake soon. But the thought of the pain she might endure if I proceed is enough to ensure her compliance. Don't. Here. He pushes a briefcase across the table with a heavy thud. That's all of it. Just please don't hurt my mother. I beg you. His desperation is palpable. I can't promise anything. Just keep providing me with what I need, and your family is free to go. Unless you want your father to stay. I don't care about him. He's just a distraction. But my mum and sister are different. You can't do anything to them. Please. His voice trembles, revealing his fear. I respond with a slow, torturous smile. I'll see what I can do. Leave now. I wave them away as I start to exit the room, the briefcase firmly in my grasp. Wait, I have information about an awakening impure. I pause, intrigued by his words. What about them? 2 weeks removed from her due time, and then I talk. He negotiates, his friend nudging him with concern. What are you doing, idiot? His friend hisses. I'm trying to save my mum and sister. If you don't like it, leave. I'll be fine on my own. He tries to sound brave, but I can see his fear in his trembling lip and dilated pupils. I can't leave you behind. You'll get yourself killed, his friend murmurs, frustration evident in his tone. Suit yourself then, the man whispers back. I hate you. I know. Such sweet camaraderie under pressure. Kinshiki, cut off a finger from subject 7. Wait until the sedatives have worn off. I order into my watch. Wait, what? No. He shouts, panic rising in his voice. I shrug as the door closes and locks with a hiss. You should have told me, I mouth through the glass. He rattles the doorknob, slamming his hands against the glass, only succeeding in hurting himself further. Let her go. Bye-bye, stray. Have fun knowing this was all your fault. I wave cheerfully and walk away, unfazed. Don't hold information from me, it's that simple. Some people are just foolish. Hinata's POV. Ino, where are we going? I ask as she drags me through the stores. We're going somewhere he won't be able to find you or the little munchkin, she declares, marching forward with determination. But why? I inquire. Because seeing him brings up old memories, she deflects effortlessly. I bite my lip, sensing the tension, and SW topics before she tightens her grip on my wrist. Did Sai really let you out at this time? I know the dynamics of the lords and their relationships well. Gossip spreads quickly at my cafe, where I hear the latest news. Two of my favorites, Anko Mitarashi and Lady Chio, often share the latest affairs. As odd as they are always amusing and kind to me. I've heard that Sai is very protective of what he considers his, even if he struggles to show it. It's surprising he allowed Ino out, but then again, Ino has always done what she pleases. He made me take an armored vehicle with guards, but yes, he did. After some convincing, he finally realized I wanted out. She leans in close to share a secret. It's little Cho-Cho's birthday next month, and I wanted to get her present before I forgot. It's a set of Bratz dolls she's been obsessing over for weeks. Inajin comes home from playdates and complains about it. She giggles. I smile at the cute idea, but my expression shifts to a frown. Why don't you like Kiba? I ask. Because I know him. Before Sai and I were together, Kiba and I were good friends and well. She trails off and sighs, oh look at this purse, it's so cute. She suches the topic. Ino-san, please tell me the truth about Kiba. I ask more firmly. I have an anxious need to fidget, but a life-size paperweight limits that. Instead, I play with Boruto's blonde curls that stick up from underneath his hood. Were you guys like a thing? I question awkwardly. My anxiety skyrockets, and I can feel my face heat up from my embarrassing question. Ino swivels her head and watches me in silence. I can't read her expression as it's stuck in a frozen blank state. My words get stuck in my throat, and I wait for her next sentence to determine if I can ever look her in the face again. She bursts into laughter that racks through her body and causes her to double over. Boruto waves his hands around and cries, waking up in a fit of annoyance. Sorry baby, it's okay. It's okay. I shush him and place his head in the crook of my neck to coax him back to sleep. He hits my back madly but snuggles in tightly and starts skiing on his thumb. Ino gasps and wipes away a tear. Sorry about that, Hinata and Boruto. She straightens up and grins, shaking her head. Kiba and I never dated. There's nothing to fear there. I breathe a sigh of relief. That was getting awkward. So, why don't you like him? I ask again. She sighs like she's talking to an infant, and my lips turn down in annoyance. Listen, Hinata. It's just better not to get involved with him. He can be difficult sometimes. And I'm not just saying this because I don't like him. She replies. Maybe he's like that because he has to be. I snap. It can be very troubling when discrimination occurs. It's easy to become so angry and harbor resentment that you become a spiteful person. I storm off with no idea where to go except the exit, anger burning in my heart. Boruto could easily turn out like Kiba. What's worse is it could be a lot worse for my little guy as his marks are so revealing. Hinata, Ino yells, but I pay her no heed and keep walking. Hinata. She calls again. A need to respond fills me and I stop against my will. Thank you for helping me, even though I didn't need it, Ino-san. I'll see you around. I wish you a good night. But Hinata. She scowls and rubs a hand down her face. Do you have someone following you, or do you want me to drop you off somewhere? She asks, finally getting the message that I'm done here. No thank you, Ino-san. I appreciate it though. Have a good night. Boruto, say goodbye. I half turn so he can see her. He doesn't make a noise, but I know he's awake. Boruto, say goodnight. I whisper. He grunts and turns his face away. I'll let you sleep. I sigh. Good night, Ino-san, from the both of us. Boruto makes a rumbling noise like he disagrees with my sentiment but decides now is a good sleeping time. I rack my brains trying to remember what Dr. Shizun suggested if or when he accidentally uses a healing bed. It was definitely about sleep, he'll need a lot of rest so his body can reset after being unwell and his body will recover better in a warm environment that can be between 20 degrees Celsius to 26 degrees Celsius. I kiss his head as we walk out, humming a light tune. The night air will be nice, and the city is fairly safe. Kidnapping and assault cases have significantly decreased since ID grams were introduced 30 years ago. The technology uses electrical impulses from our brain that are linked to the circuit systems inside the ID. Different flares of chemicals will be sent to the device, and based on the AI system founded by the Nara family, it will sort them into categories. For example, if you're happy, the device will convert that into energy and link your environmental factors into it. If you're angry, it will send out alerts to those who need to be warned. If you're afraid, it will examine your surroundings and take action based on it. For example, if you're in danger, your fear is registered, your environment examined, and the authorities will be alerted. Some advanced devices will even send out shocks to disable the perpetrator. Boruto goes limp in my arms, and for a moment, I panic that he's in danger but soon realize he's sleeping. "You're so much like your daddy, little one," I coo to him. "Who's your daddy?" A rough voice echoes from a seat on the sidewalk. I spare him a bored glance. He looks disheveled and unkempt. "Oh, come on, Cece lady. Dance for me," he goads, a nasty sneer on his face and his eyes fixed on me. "No thank you," I decline firmly, deliberately not speeding up. I'm a strong, confident woman who can defend myself if he comes close. Okay, I lie, I have the capabilities to defend myself, and that's all I have going for me. "Ah, don't like me, doll? Come on. One kiss, baby, one simple kiss and I'll leave you be. How's that for a deal? I would rather kiss a dead rat than continue to talk to you. Leave me alone." I hide Boruto under my oversized jumper to keep him safe. "Oh, but baby, you haven't seen anything yet." He leers, moving closer. I put a hand on his neck and push. He stumbles and loses his balance, crashing into a street lamp. No means enough. "Go away or I'll call the cops," I demand angrily. "I'm not dealing with this. Too much is going on. Too much loss, too many old feelings." I put the pause button on fate's plan. "Just let me be, at least for a moment." He wobbles back up and bares his teeth like a small dog, all aggression with no size. "You little brat," he screams and lunges. I sidestep and stick my foot out so he trips and lands harshly on the pavement. He barely catches himself. Pity, it would have made my day to see him hurt himself badly. "I'll get you," he screeches. Suddenly, a club swings around and catches his jaw, making him lurch violently to the ground again. A second bat strikes his temple, and his eyes roll back into his head. "Okay, I'm walking away." I turn quickly and pick up the pace, but someone grabs my hair and yanks. I turn with a glare in my eyes. "Let me go," I order. "Not so fast, pretty Hina," the man mimics in a high falsetto voice. "You were following me," I accuse. "Oh baby, aren't you smart?" The ringleader steps out of the shadows. He's built like a mountain, grinning despite having a broken nose and a paralyzed arm. "You, petty little brat, are going to pay for what you did to me," he declares confidently. "Manners?" I retort. He looks confused. "What?" "Don't use that language around me or anyone else," I say, trying to cover up my slip. "You can say what you want," a scrawny boy with big eyes and a missing ear declares, worshipping his leader. "Let's get this straight. Go through PBRY before joining a gang. Gangs aren't half the hype your elementary school is feeding you. Now you," I point to the mountain of a man, "I don't want to hear you speak to me or anyone else like that. It's rude, and the incessant use is bothering me. Now all of you go home," I say with a hand on my hip, my voice steady despite trembling inside. If this diversion goes wrong, I don't want to think about the consequences for me or anyone else. "Forget you." He throws a flimsy punch. I deflect it with my forearm and return it with my own strike to his stomach. He stumbles back, and the scrawny boy rushes to straighten him up. "Get that brat," he bellows, rage overtaking logic. Little BLD vessels burst in his eyes as he stares me down. I gnash my teeth together at his dare. "I told you to use your manners." I yell and launch a kick to his chin. His head snaps back, and he falls with a thud. The scrawny boy doesn't bother to stop his inevitable fall. He knows he will surely be crushed too. The rest of the gang look stunned and take me a little more seriously now. Who's next? I smirk, finally feeling some confidence. I am, a soft voice volunteers. My confidence drains away in an instant. Dakoto Jinsu, the man whose face has haunted me for months. Hello, darling. His lips form a grimacing smile, the stitches that bind half his face pull taut. What are you doing here? I snarl, backing up. I'm here to set the angel free. After all, you shouldn't keep birds in cages. He's not here, I shout. Ah, but darling, we all know that's a lie. He steps forward menacingly and I freeze. Why isn't he being restrained? He's supposed to be under control. Panic rises as I look at his exposed wrists, bare. No adornments unlike the last time we met. His twisted smile deepens, and a drop of BLD spills from his stitches. What's the matter, darling? He smirks. Tears pool in my eyes from fear. I wipe the sweat from my forehead in the privacy of the kitchen. Napping contently in the corner is my newborn. So tiny and small. Guided by instinct, I carefully tread over to him. 1 week old. I brush my hand down his chubby cheeks, tracing the birthmarks he inherited. His golden fuzz sticks out of the beanie, and he clutches a small stuffed animal. I have my suspicions about who could have left it for me, but I can't prove it yet. Dazedly, Boruto blinks his gray eyes open. In no time, they'll change to his father's ocean eyes, but for now, they remain the blind gray associated with my bloodline. Hello, baby. You should be asleep, I whisper. He watches me, no longer tired. He's aging so quickly. Already, his brain activity is confirmed to be 40% complete. Just a week ago, he was underweight and tiny. Now, still small, his body is perfectly healthy. Mama has to go back out there. I'll be back soon. I kiss his head and try to step back, but he catches my hair with a tight grip. Very good, baby. But Mama has to serve customers. I gently try to pry his grip off, which fails miserably. Boruto only tightens his hold, his eyebrows furrowed in displeasure. Please, baby boy, I urge more desperately. He hums in agreement and lets go. I sigh and pull the blanket up to his chin. Having trouble with the little one, darling? Dakoto chuckles as he strolls in, his apron covered in frosting and sticky fingerprints. Dakoto helped me start my shop and has been a godsend. Every step of the way, he's been by my side. I could ask for no better friend during these times. He's adjusting. Let's leave it at that, I sigh, pushing back a stray hair. Well, he's doing well for a week old. My daughter. He cuts himself off, grimacing. I wince at his assessment and place a hand on his shoulder. It offers little comfort, but it's the best I can do. She was our appealing girl and now she's at peace, I murmur. He shrugs me off and goes back to cooking. I'll look after him. Go out there and tend to our customers. I throw a sympathetic look to my friend and coworker. Poor Dakoto drew the short straw in life. 2 weeks later. Boruto. I call. Last I checked, he was in the community crib, sleeping happily. That was 5 minutes ago. Where's my baby boy? The silence is oppressive, thickening the air in my cafe, and a sinking feeling collects in my stomach. My footsteps echo eerily on the hardwood floors of my shop. It's been 2 hours since closing time. Dakoto stopped by once to say hello, looking worse for wear. His aroma suggested he had consumed a concerning amount of alcohol, so I let him crash in my apartment. Maybe he took Boruto up and laid him down for a rest. I hurriedly make my way up the creaky steps. Dakoto! Boruto! Are you up here? I whisper. A moth stirs from its spot on the couch. The spiders on the ceiling remain undisturbed. Dakoto! My antique clock ticks by, making me anxious. I grab my bat from the closet and call my friend. Hey, Chibihina. What's up? Enzo answers on the first ring. Something's wrong. I have Dakoto over, but Boruto's missing, and I have this bad feeling. Can you come over, please? My voice wavers. Dakoto's over. Is he okay? I know he's taking his situation badly. I swallow hard. Well, I think he's on drags. Again. And alcohol and other illegal stuff. I stammer out the details. Sweet Dakota is not in a healthy mindset and has nearly done the unthinkable several times in the past week alone. He was under police custody the last time I saw him properly, but now. I turn and head towards the roof after checking all the usual spots he could be. Boruto and Dakota like going up to the roof too. Don't engage, Chibi Hina. I'm coming over with Jude now. Don't do anything stupid, he informs me, a hint of anxiety in his tone. Please get here fast, I plead. Dust mites float up as I scurry up the roof stairs. The house is old enough to have a hatch that leads to the attic. After the attic is a balcony on the roof that houses a cozy chair. I tap the doors to the balcony. The metal doesn't shift under my insistent knocks. Dakota. I try to open the door to the roof, but it's barred shut. No matter how hard I throw my weight against it, it doesn't budge. On the other side, I can barely make out soft utterings. Dakota. Is that you there? I yell, pounding on the doors. It's Mama Boruto. Should we say a last goodbye? His footsteps echo on the concrete roof, and my heart constricts hearing my baby cry. What are you doing to my baby? I scream, dread pooling in my gut. Boruto's going to fly, darling. He and Zinzi will be friends in the afterlife. Zinzi won't be alone anymore, he replies calmly. Don't you touch him. I scream. Dakota has been off recently. The death of his daughter and wife has weighed heavily on him, but this. If I had known, I could have helped him. But he's too far gone. You leave my baby alone. Don't you dare put a hand on his hair. I shriek. A long sigh is his response. Hinata, darling, life is so unfair. You were gifted yet you waste every opportunity. You are the mistake. Example A, you were the one to inherit the Huyga company. Threw that all away for this little impure. His voice turns nasty on that word and my spine locks. Example B, you had a child. A silly, adorable child. An impure child. Don't you know the usual practice? To keep society safe, you're supposed to eliminate impures. What are you going to do to him? I press record on my phone and slide it into my pocket, leaving my hands free to smack the bat into the steel doors. That's what happened to my appealing daughter. Zinzi didn't deserve her fate. She was the light of my life, apart from my wife, of course. He chuckles sadly. My hands are covered in sweat, and my neck prickles with intensity. Dakota, what did you do? I question, not wanting to know the answer. I killed her. I shove my hand in my mouth to avoid screaming. Zinzi. Baby Zinzi. The most docile baby in the world. I would have looked after her. She was 5 weeks old when she died. What about Reina? I whisper, pain cracking along my heart. She didn't want to follow the teachings of purity. I had to sacrifice her. She wouldn't commit to the rules that uphold society, so I killed her too. He describes. Tears spring to my eyes, and I can't hold back my choked sob. But, Dakota. I cry. Because it's for the betterment of society. It's for the future. His voice sounds closer, like he's leaning against the door to tell me a secret. Aren't you lucky Boruto is the next to join the betterment of the future? He doesn't know it yet, but he's special. He's the first that gets to taste freedom. Something snaps inside me. Before I know it, I'm inputting codes into my nanite dispenser. It was one of the only things I took when I left home. Now here I am about to blow it up. Dakota, you're out of your mind. Stay away from Boruto and me and turn yourself in. Do you hear me? I knew you wouldn't understand, darling. I tried so hard, but being near a dirty impure disgusts me. I love Boruto like he was my own. But he can't continue on. He expresses sadly. He doesn't want to be near you and your love for him. If you loved your daughter, you wouldn't have done that. I snap back furiously as I place my homemade explosion on the door. You shut your mouth. After I deal with Boruto, I'm coming for you, darling. He declares ferally. I doubt there will be much of him after this. I input codes to send a reflection bubble around Boruto to protect him from the blast. Say goodbye to Mama. He taunts. I duck behind a piano and cover my ears. The nanite dispenser blows. A shockwave is emitted from the tiny blast. Frames crack from the pressure, and once sturdy boards creak dramatically in the light of the explosion. I'm violently moved forward and blown across the floor, but I keep the bat in my hand. I lie dazed for several seconds. The corners of my vision focus in and out, and for a moment, I swear I see Naruto. But it can't be because he hates me. I shake my head slowly and push myself up to get a better view of my surroundings. My ears ring, but I can still make out the horrific cries of what was once Dakota. Boruto floats in his deflection bubble, tears streaming down his face. I stumble to his side, needing to be fine for him. I pick him up and turn off the deflection, hugging him close to my chest. He stops wailing and huffs. "We're okay, baby. Everything is absolutely fine." I whisper, cradling him. "Mama was really scared. But now we're together, baby boy." I pepper his face with kisses, relieved that he's unharmed. "I love you. I love you. I love you," I declare with each kiss on his chubby cheeks. "You something yells." I pivot and dodge Dakota's attempt to take me down. He crashes into the swinging chair and screams before trying to launch himself at us again. "Stop right there. Hands where we can see them." The familiar sound of a nanogun makes my heart relax for a moment. "Enzo." I cry out in relief. My police friend assesses our condition and motions for us to join him. Backing him up is Detective Aras. "Under the laws of Konoha City, you are under arrest for attempted kidnapping and suspicion of murder. Do you comply?" Detective Arasa barks. An animalistic snarl comes from Dakota, and he pulls out a gun aimed at my head. I throw myself to the ground, shielding Boruto beneath me when another shot rings out. I hold my breath for several seconds. "Hey Chibi Hina. Hey Wonderbolt. You can stand up now." "I shot him," Jude reminds casually, perched atop the railings that border my house's roof, a cocky grin on his face. His brown eyes reveal a deeper sorrow buried beneath them. "Took you long enough," I cry before passing out. Dakota grips his cane as he walks closer, a manic look in his eyes. "Hinata darling, I have business to attend to. Now either give me my favorite nephew willfully or face the consequences," he threatens. I pull Boruto closer, a familiar fear racing through my body. "You can't have him," I seethe, even though my body shakes with anxiety. "You always make everything difficult. First Boruto's sacrifice, now his and your imminent deaths," he sighs. "Stay away," I shout, realizing I have nowhere left to run. "This hurts me too, Hinata," he says, trying to reach out, but I bare my teeth. "Like it hurt to drown your daughter. Like it hurt to strangle Reina." I spit, trying to keep him at bay. His face falls and he stands eerily still. We remain locked in our silent battle, my instincts screaming about my reckless decisions. "I wanted this to be pleasant," he shakes his head. Naruto's POV. My fingers drum anxiously against the hoverport steering function, my stomach churning with unease. I nod absently to the song playing on the radio, mentally preparing myself to call Hinata. I know she'll be upset to deal with me, but I have to push through or she won't let me in. Sighing, I turn my head and catch a flash of shiny blue hair. "Hinata. What's she doing out here at this time?" I quickly turn the HP around, relieved that it's late enough that there aren't many people out. I fumble with my seatbelt, nearly falling out of the HP as I rush to figure out what's wrong. Her ID gram is alerting a steep increase in fear and adrenaline, urging me to speed up. "Darling Nada, please," a voice calls out and my jealousy boils. I skid to a halt in front of a man who looks like he needs immediate help. "Hello, gentlemen," I say tightly, assessing the situation. Hinata grabs my sleeve, pushing herself closer to my side. Instinctively, I wrap my arm around her waist, tucking her behind me as I size up the men. "That woman killed Johnny." A short man with a ragtag appearance points to a child twitching on the floor next to a broader man, both wearing stunned expressions. I glance at Hinata from the corner of my eye. Her hair catches the moonlight and her pale lavender eyes shine. She is breathtaking and I can't help but admire her. There's a faint marking on her neck that intrigues me, and I want to explore all her hidden places. Her beauty is unique, and I feel an overwhelming longing to protect her. And she dropped the poor man on the chair for no reason. He was just trying to be nice, but that delusional woman took it too far. One of the men spits. I see a man bleeding on the side of the road, unconscious or worse. My anger rises as I focus on the man who made those ridiculous statements. What did you just say? I ask through clenched teeth. Are you deaf? Kill them too, he scoffs. Hinata's grip on my jacket tightens, and she steps forward, light on her feet. She jabs 2 fingers into his midsection, startling him. He falls to the ground, his head hitting a trash can. Listen up, you worthless pieces of scum, Hinata commands, and I find myself listening intently. We women are not something you can use and throw away. We are what brought you to life. We are your mothers. We are your sisters. We are the lifeblood of our species. Yes, it takes 2 to make life. But I don't see you toting around a gorgeous little being who kicks, who bites, who cries, who causes your ankles to bloat and can endanger your life if a surgery goes wrong. We women shouldn't have to earn the rights to our bodies and our choices. Something for you to tolerate. Hinata's voice turns cold and I shiver. Learn some manners, learn some decency. I am not some dumb person that needs to adhere to the biases that you men create. So listen up. I snap to attention and straighten my back, along with several other members. If I catch you bad-mouthing other women, people born with disadvantages, or anyone else, I will find you. She declares, and I don't doubt it for a second. That's my girl. No, that's the girl I love. I don't have ownership over her. That's the girl I wish would love me and support me just the way she loves. And supports her baby. Her baby. The gang nods their heads and scurries away like frightened little mice. To be honest, I would have too. That was a lovely speech, darling Nada. The stitched man claps. Quicker than I would have thought possible, he strikes. Maneuvering around me with practiced ease, the knife glints in the moonlight. No! I scream. I have seconds to watch Hinata's face switch from fear and horror to one of concern and nausea. Naruto! She screams. If only she was screaming my name for a different reason. The knife glints maliciously, each breathless second it has in the open tormenting me. It dares mock me, threatening Hinata. Her expression is morbid and horrified as she holds her tummy close. In the adrenaline-fueled moment, I wonder where Boruto is. Why is he not with Hinata? While we were together, she confessed that she didn't exactly have an outstanding relationship with her family. It's likely she wouldn't leave the infant with them. Niji himself has often blocked out any mention of Hinata during meetings. It was worrisome. Hinata always said she had liked and respected Niji the most of her family. The knife buries hilt deep into my stomach. My teeth rattle with the force as I hit the concrete, the attacker falling with me. I'm quick to punch his jaw, rendering him unconscious. Naruto! Hinata cries and stumbles to my side. Her eyes are glued to my stomach. She's so wobbly that I grab her by the shoulders to stabilize her. Oh no! She exclaims. I blink, taken aback, then remember Seizu's confession. I grin, pretending like my stomach isn't on fire and all I want to do is curl into a corner and cry. Instead, I turn my head to the side, eyeing the rest of the people watching. Goosebumps rise in the back of my neck and arms. It's not because of the cold. All of you will leave and you will never set foot in my district again. It's not my district, but they don't need to know that. Furthermore, if I ever see you near Hinata or her family again, then you'll wish you had never crossed paths with me. I growl. They take their cue to leave. Oh my goodness, Naruto. Hinata exclaims as she hurriedly examines my wound. I keep my eyes focused on her steady form as she assesses me. I appreciate her attention. Her brows scrunch cutely, and her tongue pokes out as she gently prods at my sternum. We need to get you to a healer. Can you walk in a straight line? Yes. I'm fine. If you drive me to my apartment complex, I can use the healing bed there, I reply. She nods hesitantly. Are you sure? Wouldn't a heal, Hinata, they'll just put me in a healing bed too. Besides, my house is closer, and I don't feel up to going in an exit pod, I interject. Fine. I'll drive. She grabs my arm and slings it over her shoulder. Where's Boruto? I ask curiously. I would have thought he would be with his mom, but apparently not. I want to know who my son is with. He's fine where he is, she evades the question. Hinata, don't play coy. Who's our son staying with? I want to know if he's safe, I insist. I know I have no right to ask, but I can't help it. I love Hinata, and I'm selfish enough to not want her to love someone else. Hinata helps me into my seat and even kindly fastens my seatbelt. I lean forward and inhale her hair. Yes, call me crazy, but I missed it. She barely notices as she brushes over the wound. I really don't know why she's so worried, it doesn't even hurt. She bites her lip and watches me. I take her free hand in mine and trace the delicate skin. Can you hold Boruto while I put my stuff in the boot? She asks. It's okay if you don't, she rushes to say after a moment of silence. No, I shout, and she flinches slightly, but I kiss her knuckles gently. Sorry, I mean no, I do. I want to hold him. Please. Her soft nod eases the frantic pounding in my heart. Unexpectedly, she lifts her coat, and I blush. What is she doing? A blonde head pokes out, and my baby, contentedly resting against Hinata's chest, breathes evenly. My breath rushes out at the sight of him. Be careful with your wound. Just give me a minute, and we can get you to a healing bed, Hinata rambles, handing me the bundle before shutting the door. I don't mind though, I get to hold the embodiment of adorableness. Hey buddy. It's me. It's Daddy, I whisper to my slumbering infant. He doesn't answer, not that I expected him to, but he reaches out blindly and lifts his small hand to my face. I struggle to contain my excitement. He's so tiny and perfect. A warm feeling buzzes in my chest, and a grin stretches across my face until it hurts. Boruto, your mama named you well. My mom and dad would have loved to meet you, I murmur. A lazy eye blinks open, sparkling blue with a hint of purple. His pupil darts around but then focuses on my face. Da, he yawns. My heart swells. That's it. I cheer. He closes his eyes again and leans into me more until he falls back asleep. Did you hear that, Hinata? I call to her. She glances briefly at me, hiding her smile. Yes, I heard, she smiles. But stop moving around so much. You're in a bit of a precarious situation, Naruto-kun. I wiggle my torso and feel a sharp sting. All right, I'm not exactly in great shape. But I can't help but feel happy. Boruto said, he loves me. He knows me. Hinata's here, safe beside me. We're a family, even if we're a bit dysfunctional. Those thoughts replay in my mind. The buzzing feeling in my chest increases, and I grip Boruto tighter. I can't bear to lose him. He's our little one, ours to protect and love. I lean my head against the cool window to relax for a moment. Naruto. Hinata's sharp cry of worry jolts me awake. I shake my head to clear the fog, but it doesn't help. I let my mind drift, holding Boruto close. I wish Hinata would join our cuddles. Fudge. Hinata's POV. Naruto slumps against the window. I slam my hand on the wheel in frustration. I should have seen this coming. Now what? I have no time for this. I press harder on the fuel control and direct it to the thrusters. I need to get to his apartment. Thankfully, Boruto is securely cradled in his father's grip. Okay, Hina, think. I bite my lip and pull over next to a closed shop. It's not ideal, but it'll have to do. I gently coax Naruto to release his hold. He resists until I tap his forearm, and he willingly surrenders Boruto. Awkwardly, I twist my body until I can lay Boruto comfortably against my seat and crawl into Naruto's lap. My head bumps the roof of the HP, but I have bigger problems. Naruto's stomach is wet with BLD, and it keeps pooling. Of course, his house is farther away than I remembered, so now here we sit, him bleeding out, Boruto sleeping in the driver's seat, and me awkwardly crouched on his lap. Okay, please, gods, goddesses, and anyone that cares to listen. I'm not a medical expert, but I need to save my friend. Please let this be successful, I pray. My hand hovers over the knife. The malice radiating from the inanimate object is heavy. I seek in a breath and hope for the best. My hand wraps securely around the hilt, but it immediately becomes sticky with sweat and BLD. I yank. The cursed blade refuses to move, and Naruto gasps in pain and trembles. He's getting a fever. I pull again. A centimeter shifts, and Naruto unconsciously grabs my waist. Please, Kami, I beg you. Tears blur my vision as I pull again. The blade comes out like butter, only red and hot. Next to come off is my jumper. I lay it across Boruto, who nestles into it. Now for the embarrassing bit. Please, no one be around. I pull my shirt off and push it to the swell of BLD. Naruto's fingers dig painfully into my hips, making me hiss. I fasten the seatbelt around his midsection and tighten it until it's strong enough to constrict him. Senator self-drive. Orochimaru's place of residence. I dial in. Emergency condition. The HP responds immediately to the request, and I jostle at how fast it goes. From the corner of my eye, I keep an eye on my baby but focus most of my attention on keeping Naruto alive. Hinata, I'm sorry, Naruto breathes in his fevered dream. This isn't real, I scold. He's just delirious. But what if it is real? A small, naughty corner in my mind whispers devilishly. Shut up. I grit my teeth and push harder. The HP lurches to a stop so suddenly that my forehead smacks into Naruto's. Unceremoniously, I rub at the spot where our heads collided and glance around. You have arrived at your destination, the HP cheerily announces and powers down. Oh my god. No, this cannot be happening. Kami, please. Tell me this isn't it. I cry, looking at the desolate, dreary storm outside. A building looms menacingly, dark towers that stretch high, flickering lights, and ominous sounds that echo eerily. Orochimaru has moved, apparently. Someone knocks at the window, and my heart leaps into my throat as I jump from Naruto's lap. I rub my eyes to check that I'm not being deceived. Nope, I'm not that lucky. A redhead with glasses and a fierce scowl is peering through the window, the storm making her usually tan complexion ghostly white. I gulp and open the door. Hey, Karen, I croak. She glares, her eyes wide. Baby Huyga. I bite my cheek to suppress a sharp retort. I need her help. Is there a reason you came to the bad part of town? She implores. I need help, and this stupid HP brought me to you. Are you going to stand there or are you going to help your cousin? I retort. I close my mouth and assess her reaction. I really need her help. Fine. Hurry up now. I'm getting drenched, she snaps. I'm getting drenched in BLD here, but I'm not complaining. I pinch myself to avoid upsetting her further. Orochimaru is here, right? I ask, shifting Naruto out of the car. I can trust Orochimaru with Boruto. Boruto gets along well with Orochimaru's son, Mitsuki. Stop talking. Karen yells, opening the door. Boruto, Mama will be right back, I promise, lugging his father along slowly. This is going to be a long night if Karen doesn't help. Orochimaru, an unmarked hoverport G57 model TNP-60 is inbound, Karen notifies me. Facial scan, I nod in acknowledgement. The tech hums as it carries out its directives. I shift Mitsuki to my left hip and pet Log's head. My eldest studies my form carefully. Parent, you promised no more running. It's not good for Mitsuki's development. I'm aware, I reply vaguely. Log frowns, his dissatisfaction glaringly obvious, but I don't have time to care for it. I'll take little brother then, my synthetic child states, his tone implying immediate cooperation. Identification verified, Huyga Hinata, Uzumaki Naruto, and Huyga Boruto. Mitsuki and Boruto are permitted to interact. You shall be the supervisor, child. Can I trust you? Log nods stiffly, his arms raised to grab his younger brother. Lord Naruto Uzumaki is in critical condition. 2 organs are bleeding out, the computer analyzes. Huyga Boruto is entering 3rd stage morphism. Brain activity spiked. Subject is unconscious. It continues. That's intriguing. Instruction terminated. Take Mitsuki. I'll collect Boruto. Turning to my right, I glance at Karen. Karen, fetch Hinata and Naruto. The latter has minor injuries that need to be attended to. Make it quick, I order. She casts a withering look and adjusts her glasses further up on her nose. Define minor. I reply with a saccharine smile that morphs into a smirk. Go. She huffs and rolls her eyes. Suggestu, be a dear and fire up a healing bed. Can't you do it yourself? He grumbles, fiddling with his Glock. I do wonder where he acquired such an outdated weapon. Fish lips, do something helpful. She scorns and leaves the room. Ugh, women. He sighs and heads off to do his task. I heard that, you future piece of sushi. Karen yells. The slander in my workspace is pathetic. Lady Tsunade could hurl better insults when we were 6. But to be fair, the hooligans and strays I employ exhibit the mental capacity of mere children. Take Mitsuki to his crib. I place my precious creation in his brother's waiting hands and take off without another thought of their safety. Log has had the procedures burned into his mind as a young child. I don't doubt he will know what to do in the event of an attack. The attackers will beg for mercy once Log finishes subduing them. Memphis substage triggered. Psionic levels elevated. Chakra reserves coiling, prefrontal lobe activity disengaging. Amygdala in overdrive. Chromosomes reorganizing, genetic code evolving. Further analysis reads. That is not good. That is unheard of. That is extraordinary. My lips twist into something that seems to be a hybrid of a dissatisfied frown and intrigued smirk. Andromeda, repeat conditional response. I command. Boruto Uzumaki Huyga, species, human, socialite, fragmentation impure. Paternal socialite status, parasitic impure. Maternal socialite status, rarity pure. Subject condition, targeted response to threats. His body is undergoing transformation to subdue detected threats. Detected threats. I muse aloud. What could an 18-month-old detect and deem threatening enough to undergo bodily transformation? Boruto has always been an interesting specimen. Not that Hinata has allowed me to experiment on him, but even from casual observation, Boruto is not your average child. Every parent wants to believe their child is special. That their child is more important, more qualified, and above the rest of the human populace. It just so happens they aren't, but being a parent, you tend to gloss over facts. Pathetic. Please, Mitsuki and Log were crafted with the cure to cellular decay embedded in their DNA. They are more, if not the most, special children. Boruto himself is an anomaly. He was born with the virus implanted inside of him. Or perhaps, that's not the right phrase. Technically, Hinata was born with the disease inside of her, though it does not take away her ability to procreate. For all the theories that have been concocted, I believe that through the intervention of her chakra, the virus was warped and that once the virus could not grapple with her molecular levels, it targeted the synthetic pill integrated into her core. With that in mind, the virus essentially freed her body to synthesize with donated SPM. The very SPRM of a parasitic impure, Lord Naruto Uzumaki. Yes, how very intriguing. Hello Boruto. Uchuma. The gangly tot squeals. Dash plus dash plus dash plus dash plus. 100 years ago dash plus dash plus dash plus dash plus. Today marks the elimination of impurities. The long-standing battle between evil and good, weak and strong, outcast and welcomed, has ended. It is thanks to the efforts of Konoha, Sunagakure, Kirigakure, Kumogakure, and Iwagakure that the rebelling factions are destroyed. In fact, the leaders are being held in the city center, bound and strung by their feet. Ladies, gentlemen, others, this is what happens when you go against the rules. At 3:48 this morning, Fort Senso was infiltrated by our special forces and ambushed 500 assembled impures plotting and training to raid our special cities. For our fallen heroes, we give silent thanks. Their legacy and bravery will be remembered for eons to come. For our returned victorious, we cheer. For our grieving families, we will give BLD, the streets lit up in cries of joy, drinks thrown back in celebration, hugs and tears aplenty from the pure. The city was finally being cleansed. The generation of pures was going to grow up free, without oppression or conflict from those who cry for the impure. BLD spill their dirty BLD the chants grew louder, the streets transformed into a horde, a rally to exterminate those whom they could not control. Kill the impure some. Rotten food and rocks were hurled toward the miserable but defiant impures. The children were as steely-eyed as the adults. The onslaught grew frantic, all manner of objects were thrown at them. The infants cradled in lockboxes wailed. The mothers screamed, the teens and children could barely contain their sniffles as their BLD dripped. The fathers, the elderly, the lost, the determined, they shook upside down. For all the claimed brutality and propaganda that casts long shadows on their status, they were nothing, if not human. Now to eliminate those cockroaches. Came the command. Hundreds of guns fired, each finding its target in a spray of BLD. But don't worry, the infants were spared, to be experimented on later, of course. No other action could be so befitting and merciful as to experiment on the youth. The yells and excitement for their cleansing were abruptly silenced. Every fool stared in horror as a pool of crimson flowed from the stage. A lone figure remained once the magazines were emptied, her body stiffly held upright in a sitting position among her dead relatives and community. Her pearlescent eyes bleakly examined the masses as the crimson liquid spattered her face. A singular tear traced down her alabaster skin. You vermin are your own undoing. I will dance upon your fallen corpses and laugh at your bleak, pointless lives, you insects. She screams, the pain of a mother, a general, and a human echoing deep in her words. A guttural scream unleashes from her enchanting voice. Cars, buildings, and even the earth trembles from her heartbreak. The nearest pures crumble to the ground in agony, desperately shielding their ears from the scream, but eventually exploding from the overwhelming power. Kagaya Otsutsuki vanishes from sight, her powers still resonating through the chakra fields of the city. In the wake of her disappearance, a prophet awakens, chanting and foretelling the fall of society. That'll be all for now, folks, the radio announcer hums, bouncing his fingers on his breathe leg after his segment cuts off. He sighs, glancing at the mess of his station. I just got the place clean too, he laments, digging through his pocket to find a pack of cigarettes and a lighter. I promised Area I would stop vaping. Since this is obviously not a vape, it doesn't count. He rolls the tobacco in the paper, shaking his head at his yellow-toned fingers. Finally a light, he takes a deep drag and exhales a cloud of purple smoke. Forget all of humanity. Why'd we have to go to ruin? I wish Peggy and Area could go back to the ninja times. They would have been much more fun. He dials the home phone, anxiety pooling in his stomach. It answers on the third ring. Xavier, baby, please tell me you've left the office. The house is packed, and the car is ready to go. Please tell me you'll be home soon, his wife whispers, conscious of others in the apartment. Mummy, is that Daddy on the phone? His 6-year-old daughter asks, giddy. Honey. Please go wait in the car for me, though. Daddy will be back soon, okay? His wife explains hurriedly. Baby, I love you. I love you and I love Peggy. Please understand that. I will always love you. If you have to question anything, don't question that, my gorgeous wife. You have to leave. I won't be coming with you. Tears slip down Xavier's cheeks, dripping onto his shirt. Baby, what are you doing? Xavier, please, don't do whatever you think you have to do, please. Area breaks down over the phone. It's my birthday. That's my one wish. I love you, Xavier whispers, reaching for the trigger of the bombs he planted earlier, containing a deadly virus to destroy the purities. Tell me one last time, tell me you love me, and please, always remind Peggy that she is my princess and that I will always watch her plays and concerts. Please never forget me. On the other side of the receiver, Area breaks down into sobs, uttering, I love you, over and over again. With the bombs triggered, Xavier opens another drawer, this one containing a polished Glock, an antique his great-great-great-great-grandmother had given him. Tell Kags I'm sorry, he whispers, pressing the cold barrel against his temple. I love you, I love Peggy. Don't ever forget that. Mummy, I want to say hi to Daddy. Peggy shouts as the gun fires. Peggy, you know. The phone drops after a deafening bang. Daddy. Daddy, hello. Why's Mummy crying? Mummy, where's Daddy? Why won't he answer me? The innocent child asks. Orochimaru has really downgraded. I liked his other apartment much better. It was up to standard for hygiene. Even now, the grimy walls make me tuck Naruto closer to avoid infection. And maybe a small part of me likes that he's close, but no one can prove that. Nada, my baby Bolt. My family, Naruto whispers drowsily. My cheeks flush with warmth. Does this man truly think of us as his family? His drowsiness could just be an effect of BLD loss. Maybe it's the lack of sleep. I've heard Sakura complain about how long Sasuke goes without sleep, and considering Naruto's high-profile job, I'd suspect more than one sleepless night. Oh dear, but then, he's thinking of us. Orochimaru has your kid. If you care, Karen informs. A smile graces my lips. Such a lovely predicament, yet I'm smiling because Orochimaru is gentle and considerate. They have never harmed my child. I wonder if they have their delicious cinnamon scrolls. I can never get those quite right. Orochimaru actually produces them for my bakery. It's such a help and always a sellout. It pays the bills and buys Boruto's toys. Place him on the table. I'll get the glue, Karen instructs as I feel the creeping strain of hauling a heavy man catch up. It doesn't help that he dwarfs me, but carrying flour bags has certainly increased my muscle mass considerably. I place him down gently and slowly lower his body, his legs still hanging off the bed. He grunts when I lift his right leg into position, mostly due to the wound on his side. I wince at his cries and immediately miss the warmth he provided. Orochimaru's new home is gloomy and drafty, not helpful with the rain outside. I can feel the goosebumps rise on my damp skin. Karen ambles to a plain wall. I tilt my head, concerned and confused. In my distraction, I accidentally bump into a table, causing the metallic instruments to clatter together. Karen shoots me a fierce look over her shoulder. I hunch my shoulders defensively, watching her as she sets up the glue gun while I sit, anxiously glancing at Naruto's still form, shivering and bleeding. Before I know it, my feet shuffle over to him. He calms down slightly, his labored breathing easing a bit. I place my palm across his sweaty brow, hoping to offer some comfort. Familiarity sings in my bones. Naruto groans, his eyes opening weakly. Nada, don't leave, he croaks. Right here. I'm not going to leave you, I promise, pressing a gentle kiss to his cheek. Oh, come on, gross, Karen exclaims, sticking her tongue out in disgust. That's my idiot cousin, Hinata. Don't want him in the workshop, let alone you. I'm just trying to comfort him. Relax, I scold. Whatever, she scoffs, setting up the checks for the glue gun. Move away the cloth and inject this into the wound. She tosses a syringe and a vial at me. I catch them instinctively and silently do as she asked, internalizing my annoyance to keep the peace between us. Naruto wiggles as I try to pry the soaked cloth away from his middle. I hurriedly assure him with a hand to his chest, making him settle down. The wound is raw and ugly. I hold back a GG and focus on cleaning the area around it. It looks smaller than before. He's healing himself, I report, brushing away the BL'd, not quick enough. He's still in a lot of pain, I bet, Karen refutes. Hurry up with that. We need to move quickly. Naruto's a strong impure, but he's still human. There's a hint of worry in her voice. Maybe she wasn't as cold as I thought. Quickly, I insert the sedative into his bloodstream just above the cut, praying it's the right spot. Karen moves swiftly, glue gun ready to seal the cut. BLD bags are in the fridge. Go. She commands, putting in 4 together while I dash to the mini fridge. Naruto's BLD type is B positive from memory. Most bags are O type, but tucked in the back is the one I need. Naruto thrashes against Karen's hands even with the drag. My heart sinks, but I can't linger. Grabbing in 4 stand with shaky hands, I attach the tubing to the BLD port and rest it on a jutting piece of metal. The next task is to insert a peripheral intravenous catheter into a vein on his arm and a central venous access device near his heart. I avoid looking at his wound too closely, my stomach churning. Taking a deep breath, I focus on properly inserting the tricky needles. This BLD transfusion needs to work. The first one glides into his wrist. For the second, I lean over to reach his chest. Lost in the moment, I bite my lip and jab the needle into his inferior vena cava as he grips my waist, lifting my feet slightly off the floor. My hair slips in front of my eyes, and I irritably brush it away, returning to my task. Naruto gasps slightly as the needle pierces, and his grip tightens around me. "Naruto-kun," I whisper. His hands relax a bit, and his breathing steadies. It would be the perfect time to let go, but I'm comfortable and for once, I allow myself to indulge. Karen, you said Orochimaru is looking after Boruto. I ask. From her spot at the sink, she rolls her eyes. Yes. I said that before. She huffs, removing a pair of blue gloves. The snap of the plastic makes me cringe. Andromeda, body scan, Karen orders the AI system. Healing bed required after BLD transfusion. T-cells are multiplying rapidly. The invasive transfusion is slowing down natural healing, the AI drones. I wipe a stray bit of hair off Naruto's face. I thought Impure couldn't use healing beds, I question. Healing beds use internal modifiers to accelerate cell function, specifically white BLD cells and lymph nodes to create an excess of T-cells. But for the impure, their T-cells mutate, each having an imperfection. Ironically, those imperfect BLD cells are why the virus couldn't get past. The virus made them carriers, dangerous and feared, while also granting immunity. The virus unlocked crucial chakra, releasing the reincarnation of the old ninja way, though those old ways aren't reflected on much anymore. Naruto is a parasitic impure. The healing beds work with him. She shrugs. Really? I bite my lip, wondering if I should proceed with my next question. When no scathing remark follows, I dare to breathe. Parasitic impures are those experimented on. I hedge. Yes. Her flat voice causes a hint of sympathy to flash in my eyes. Don't you dare, Huyga. Karen warns, swiftly exiting. I keep my mouth shut and twiddle with the strings of Naruto's hoodie. Nada. I'm here, Naruto-kun. I'll always be here waiting, I whisper. The same words he whispered more than a year ago. The memory is all too clear. We were dancing, soaked from an unexpected sun shower. Our hands intertwined. It was our fourth date, and I had finally been the one to sneak out and drag him from his home. It had been a long time coming. I was scared. He welcomed me. Naruto-kun was always the one pushing me from my unsociable bubble. A simple grin and I was hooked. He was not a carefully planned event, more of a hurricane and something my father would never approve of, with or without the age difference. But Naruto gave me wings. Gave me courage. Gave me the gift of Boruto, a parting gift. I chuckle humorlessly as a tear slips down my cheek. You hurt me, Naruto-kun. Every time I think I've settled into a peaceful bubble, you come and destroy it like a tsunami. Appealing, unhinged, and unstoppable. I pause, tasting the salty crystals on my tongue. I hate you for it. I admit, I desperately want to kiss him silly, but like he said, he hates me. I love you, Naruto-kun. I can't. I shouldn't. It's stupid. I do it anyway. I kiss his lips, feeling the warm euphoria light up in my stomach. My chest is beating rapidly. Naruto's heart pressed against my chest pumps quicker. His face scrunches into a soft joy. Nobody has to know what happened. I slip carefully from his hold as Orochimaru enters, a curious look on their face. Having fun, Hinata? They smirk. My face burns from embarrassment. I have no clue what you're talking about, I sputter, dipping my head so my bangs cover my eyes. Ma. Boruto squeaks. I lift my head quickly, nearly giving myself whiplash. He's sitting up in Orochimaru's grasp, smiling cheerfully. My own lips curve to mimic his greeting. Hello, baby. I coo, gathering the bundle of joy in my arms. Is someone having fun? I giggle. He grasps his chubby fingers on my face and presses a slobbery kiss to my nose. I nuzzle my nose into his cheek, and he shrieks in joy. Ma. He claps. I blink, confused but nevertheless return his squeaks. I lock eyes with Orochimaru over Boruto's shoulder. My friend remains steadfast in expression, with a hint of a smile. Boruto jumps up into the air. Whoa, buddy. I struggle under the unanticipated weight change. He tilts his head in confusion. Ba ya Joe, he rambles. It's okay, Bubba. I promise. I kiss the soft curls of his head. When did my baby get so heavy? We need to talk, Orochimaru comments. I can't leave Naruto. I reply, knowing deep down they want privacy for this conversation. I'll bring cinnamon rolls in an hour. They shrug, leaving. A cold dread settles over my bones. Andromeda, how long until Naruto needs to be placed in the healing bed? 5 minutes until Lord Uzumaki is advised to begin the process, she replies smoothly. How long will he spend there? I bite my cheek. The advised time submerged is 55 minutes, she says. My face goes cold. Does Naruto-kun need to know? I anxiously rub my skin. Human experiments have devised that the paternal and maternal biodevelopers should be together during discussions related to their spawn. I scrub a hand across my face. Great.